Let's hear it for Rebecca Rios.
And we're back live from Sao Paulo, Brazil for another amazing Cambridge Day 2021. I'm Rebecca Rios, your host for the day, and it's a great pleasure to spend my afternoon with spectacular speakers and teachers from all over Brazil and countries all over the world. And this year, the event is even more special as it is the celebration of Cambridge Day's 20th anniversary. Let's see what's on the agenda today. So now at 2 o'clock, we'll have a talk with Alan Davenport about teaching digitally. And then at 3 o'clock, we'll have an assessment panel with Alberto Costa and Pablo Toledo. Then at 3:30, we'll have our famous Cambridge tour in the punting experience. At 4 o'clock, Kate Brierton is here to talk about well-being. And then at 5 o'clock, we'll have a talk with Ali Kensington about oracy skills. At 6 o'clock, Cidadão Pro Mundo is here to chat with us for the interview in the Game Changer interview. And then at 6:15, Joe Zoke closes our second day with talking about different scenarios in teaching. Before we get started, we have a bit of housekeeping to attend to. For attending our Cambridge Day event, you'll be entitled to receive a certificate of attendance for your professional development. You will be able to download your certificate upon completion of a short survey telling us your views on the sessions you attended today. A link to it will be shared at the end of each day. We would love for you to join us during the whole afternoon. But if you cannot attend all the sessions, don't worry about it. The recordings for each session will be available through the same link on YouTube the day after the sessions have taken place. They'll be on the Cambridge Day 2021 playlist at the Cambridge Brazil YouTube channel. So you can revisit those key points and remind yourself of anything that's escaped your brain since the session. And during the past 20 years, Cambridge Day has also had a focus helping institutions. And this year is no different. We've been going through a world pandemic, and millions of people are in need of your help. This year, all the donations will go to the Ação da Cidadania institution. Every R$1 donated is equivalent to one meal. And you can donate through the QR code that's on the screen right now. Don't forget about our trivia quiz that's worth a chance to win a prize in our Spin the Win segment. I wonder what prizes will come out today. And to kick off our education show today is Alan Davenport and his talk on Beyond the Classroom, the Wide World of Digital Teaching. Welcome to the Education Show, Alan.
It's great to be here, Rebecca. Thanks for having me.
It's a pleasure to have you with us. So where are you based, Alan?
I'm in Bangkok, Thailand.
Amazing. What time is it there now?
So it just turned past midnight, so it's now the 30th here. So greetings from the future.
Fantastic. How is it getting back to normality there, Alan?
You know, it's touch and go. I mean, we just never know with all the variants of the virus and everything that's happening. We're in and out of lockdown. I think it's pretty much the same around the world. You know, you can't ever say what anything's going in because the next week it could all completely change. So we're all in the same boat, the same storm, the same everything, I think.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah. So Alan is the Professional Learning and Development Manager for Cambridge University Press, based in Southeast Asia. That's where he is now. And one of his interests include the development of creativity in learners. So Alan, what has been your experience like in the past year working with teachers from all over the world in this digital scenario?
Well, I mean, since you brought up my love of creativity, I think one of the things, if we can talk about a positive that has happened out of this horrible, horrible pandemic, it is seeing this idea of creativity, these what we call, our life competencies in Cambridge, everything that we have in action. I think, when we talked about 21st century skills before, we didn't realize that we would need them because the 21st century was going to be like this. So it wasn't just a good theory. It's something that we've seen the practical application of, and thank goodness we have them. So that's what I think about it.
Oh, great. So I'm sure you have lots to share with us, and I'll leave you to it. So have a great talk. I'll see you soon.
Thanks, Rebecca. All right. And hello, everyone. It's so great to see you. If you could just in the chat box, I'm sure you've been telling everyone else where you're from, but can I just see, because I know that we've got people from all around the world. Where are you all joining us in from? Where are you coming to us from? If you could go ahead and just type that in the chat box, and just so I see some. So Argentina. I think I saw some people from Myanmar earlier. I assume that we have lots from Sao Paulo, from Brazil. Fantastic. Well, like I said, I really want to thank you for giving me your time today. Hello, Mexico. Hello, everyone. Yeah. Today's talk, it comes out of this idea of the pandemic. I have to tell you that I don't consider myself an educational technologist. I'm not an ed tech expert. I'm not the guy who usually did a lot of digital presentations. But I think that just like most of us in teaching, we've had to become more digital than we were in the past. And as I was really trying to look at my own development of being better and better with digital, I think that I did what a lot of people did at first, kind of panicked a bit, said, how am I going to do this? How do I get through it? And then I wanted to really make sure that as I was developing my digital skills, I was developing it, an appropriate way, a pedagogically correct way. But then I started noticing that there seemed to be a lot of things that were missing from a lot of the pedagogical aspects that from the conferences that I was going to, from the things that I was reading. And so I really wanted to put this session together. So it should be a little bit different than some other sessions that you may or may not have seen. And let me tell you what I just want to try to get through today. We're going to look at a framework that's developed really to evaluate our digital professional development in the context of English teaching. And then I really want to focus on one specific and often overlooked dimension of that framework. And this is where it's going to be different. This isn't going to be a digital presentation where I talk about which app to use or some great ideas of bringing in technology. It's quite the opposite. I want to look at something that I think is important but gets forgotten. And then, of course, I want to provide you a lot of practical ideas and examples that you can actually apply because, like I said, it's good to have the theory, but we need the practice behind it as well. And then if you stick with me through the whole 45 minutes, I'm going to give you what I think is a huge list of resources for you to investigate on your own. Because this presentation, I like to say it goes wide, but we don't have enough time to go deep in a whole lot of things. So if you're ready, if you can go ahead and just write ready for me in the chat box, just so I know that you're ready. If I can see 5 people tell me that they're ready, then we'll go on and go. All right, I'm seeing it. Thank you, Tiago. I see that you're ready. Susie, I see that you're ready. I'm getting a lot of readies in here now. Thank you, Patricia. Thank you, Anna. I see that everybody's ready. Let's go. So again, I want to start with the framework. And the framework, it may be one that you've seen before. It's one that we've been using at Cambridge for quite some time. It's our framework of being a digital teacher. And if you want to look at the framework yourself, it's available completely for free at thedigitalteacher.com. Again, you don't need to take screenshots or you don't need to write down all of these links because I'm going to give you a long resource list and this one's on it. But I kind of want to explain what's going on in this framework for a bit. If you look on the right side of the framework, you'll see that it says designing learning, delivering learning, and evaluating learning. And I think that from the moment that we all started becoming more and more digital, this is where we focused a lot as teachers, rightfully so, because these three things are what really come together to be a digital teacher, to make us a digital teacher. But what I really wanted to look at was the left side of the framework. Because the digital teacher, the people who are using technology to design learning, delivering learning, and evaluating learning, which we've had a lot of workshops, a lot of presentations on over the past 2 years, they're situated within the digital classroom. You know, what tools we have available to us, the environment of being a teacher itself. And that digital classroom is a part of this last part of the framework, all the way on the left-hand side, the digital world. And that's what I really want to focus on today, the digital world. And as I mentioned, this is a part of the framework that I think is so important, but it doesn't get talked about enough. So just for fun, I do want to point out that in the Cambridge framework, there are 5 aspects to what we consider the digital world, or of being a digital teacher. And here they are, and oh my gosh, I'm so embarrassed right off the bat. I've made a mistake. You'll have to forgive me, Brazil. I've been 20 years, I'm sure this has never happened. I have left out the vowels. I can't believe I did that. I'm just wondering, for me, if in the chat box, if you could maybe help me out. Maybe you could see if you can figure out what any of these things mean. I'm so sorry. I'm so embarrassed that I left out the vowels. Maybe if you could just go ahead, see if you can figure out what 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 are. I'll tell you, some of them are one word. Some of them are more than one word. I see the first one right away, productivity. Any other guesses? Oh, I see from Alejandro right there, information management. I didn't fool you with my 2 words there. That's great. Digital citizenship, I see from Priscilla. Now it gets a little bit more. Ooh, a little bit more. What's going on with number 4 and number 5? I see a lot of right answers for number 1, number 2, number 3. Number 4, Stefania, what a brilliant guess. It's not the exact right word, but I just love that you were brave. I love the bravery of it, putting it out there. I do see it from Natalia, though, and Miss Nawi, legal issues. Yeah, that's fantastic. All right. Thank you so much for everybody for participating in the chat box. I hope you keep it up during this whole presentation. Like I said, it's past midnight here. There's only so much coffee I have. I'm really getting your energy. I appreciate it. Just to see how it was, this is what makes up the digital world, according to our framework from Cambridge, the digital teacher framework. Productivity and information management, I think people got. Digital citizenship, we saw on legal issues. And that last one was digital welfare and safety. Now, again, I don't have time to talk about all of these, unfortunately. So I wanted to focus, like I said, on the 3 that I think are really not talked about enough nowadays, especially as we've been moving to digital. It's not these 2. Productivity and information management are part of being a digital teacher. They may not have to do so much with what we have normally in our class time, but productivity, how we use technology to keep track of our things, for time management, our digital calendars, that sort of thing. But that's for another presentation. And information management, how we use it to find our information, how we do our Google searches, what search engines we use, how we store our files, our methods for retrieval. That's what we're talking about there. But again, that's for a different session. Because those, I think, are about how we use digital. And I really wanted to focus this session on what it meant to be digital, to really make sure that we're taking care of what it means to be digital teachers, not just doing digital things. So I want to spend the rest of the time focusing on these 3 areas: digital citizenship, legal issues, and digital welfare and safety. And for each of these 3 issues, it's going to follow the same pattern in my presentation. I'm going to start out with a list of questions. I don't expect the questions for you to answer in the chat box. You can if you want, but I don't expect it. They're more reflection questions. And the first sets of questions are there for us to kind of define what this means. Because if I say, do we want our students to be digital citizens? I think everybody would say yes. But if I say, what does digital citizenship mean? I think that we would have 300 different answers. So the first sets of questions are just to get in our mind of what we mean by this, to kind of define them. Then the next set of questions are to kind of narrow down the focus in those areas. And then I'm going to show just a few of my favorite things that I use to hit those either in the classroom or in my own development. So let's start, like I said, with digital citizenship. And I think that we can think about digital citizenship by these two questions. How appropriately do you interact online? And how well do you ensure that all learners have opportunities to access learning resources? And let's look at the first one, this area of digital appropriacy. And this may be something that you're doing wonderfully. This may be something that you want to concentrate on. I think some good reflection questions. And again, this is for your reflection. How do you feel about what you're doing right now? Do you think about the way that you communicate and behave online? And do you think about teaching your students the way that they should communicate and behave online? Do you interact responsibly and constructively? Do you think about what you say to make sure you're interpreted correctly? And do you know that it can be difficult to remove content that you upload? And are you aware of social, cultural, and environmental issues connected with communicating online? I think what this first aspect of digital appropriacy is so important. And I think that this is one not only that we need to model as teachers, but some of this can be explicitly taught in the classroom. Now, again, I'm going to show a lot of practical things that I like and that I have used. Will it work for you? I don't know. I'm going to provide you a whole bunch of resources and alternative resources, but I don't know your students. I have never taught in Brazil. You have to decide whether this is something that you can use or not. But I just wanted to show you some things that have worked for me. It might work. The first thing that I use sometimes is Interland, and I like it because it's an interactive, sort of a gamified way of bringing in these aspects. It has different aspects of digital literacy in it, but one of them is the kind kingdom and how it's cool to be kind, and the students can go through their own kind of adventure and pick up these skills along the way. What I also like about Interland is if the language is good enough, if my students' language is good enough in English, we can use it and pull out some of the language and treat it like a text itself. I can pre-teach some of the words that I know that they're going to hear. I can use it to deal with the language as I'm giving those digital literacy skills. Now, when it comes to this idea of digital citizenship, I want it in my classroom. I want it in English, but sometimes I may teach students who don't have a high enough level of English. Maybe they're A1 of the CEFR and they're not ready to understand Interland in English yet. I am okay for them to do Interland in their own language. And this is one of the things that I like about it. I can still say that when we interact online in English, I expect digital citizenship. I expect respect. I expect that everybody's, being kind to one another. And I don't mind that even if they get these skills taught to them or pointed out and noticed in their first language. And so that's one of the things that I like that Google has done. It's a really good course. And like I said, it can be done in English. It can be done in the first language and discussed in class. Now, maybe that's a little bit childish for some of your learners. Maybe that they're higher than that, or maybe they're a little bit older. They don't want to play the cartoon game. Another thing that you could use is actually some pre-made lesson plans that are about some of these aspects of digital citizenship. Here's an example of one that comes from that same website that the framework is from, thedigitalteacher.com. You can see that this one's pitched at the B1 to B2 level for students who are about 9 and up, and all the way up into secondary. And to be honest, I've done this with undergraduate students at university, and it worked just fine. And this is a free lesson plan about the digital footprint, because I don't think that some of our students realize how permanent a lot of what they do online is. And so this is a pre-made lesson plan. And what I like about it is it serves as a model where we can embed the training and language learning at the same time. And it just really shows that even if I want to make my own lesson plan, how I can mix language objectives. You can see here, watching and reading for gist, expressing and justifying opinions, taking and reporting on notes, and additional objectives that are related to digital footprint. And again, this is available for free. There's on that digital teacher, there's a lot of lesson plans that are available for free on different aspects of the framework, and this is one of them. The other aspect to digital citizenship, though, is something that's near and dear to my heart. It is digital access. And when we talk about that second aspect of it, it's really asking ourselves these questions. Do your learners have equal access to devices, digital resources, and worksheets? You know, my job is in Southeast Asia. We have some, we have Singapore, one of the richest countries on earth, but we have other countries, and rural areas where students just don't have the resources. They have maybe a mobile phone that they share. It's not completely equitable about what people have as resources, but still we as teachers need to find a way to make sure that they have access to the education. So what can we do about that? What do our students have available to them in their home environment, and how can we make the most of that? Are we able to ensure that a learner who has a physical disability or a learning difficulty can access learning resources? And do you make your tasks and worksheets more accessible for learners with learning difficulties? And for this, I wanted to point out a few, again, resources that, again, have helped me. One of them I like is the LINCS Learning Portal. This is out of the US government. It's absolutely free. And what I like about LINCS is it's geared to adult learners, because a lot of what we have that comes with digital citizenship is really about, school learners, but some of us teach at university, some of us teach in private language schools with adults, and there are ways to bring this into the curriculum as well. The LINCS things, because it is open access, it is absolutely totally free, and they have a lot of different programs that you can sign up as a teacher and take. For example, here, when it comes to disabilities and equitable outcomes, you can see these are choices that you have to get that extra learning. If this is an area where you felt that you reflected in and you're thinking, ooh, that's something I might need to do better, or I want some ideas on. Another place that I go to a lot is FutureLearn. I like FutureLearn because they have a lot of courses that are developed from really good universities, and the courses tend to be, not all of them, but they tend to be free unless you want the certificate, and the certificate costs money. But I'm okay with that sometimes, because if I really am struggling in a class, if I really need to know, oh my gosh, my learner has this specific disability and I'm not trained in it and I need help with it, maybe I don't have the money for the certificate, but I still need that knowledge, I can go ahead and sign up and get the information I need for my learner. And they have general courses like the one you can see here, Education for All. They also have specific courses of helping with dyslexia and foreign language teaching. What I like about this is, it talks about not just ways to teach, but ways to design things. If you have a dyslexic student, what should your PowerPoint slides look like? What should your worksheets look like? And it's not just dyslexia. What if you have students with other specific learning challenges like ADHD? Or even what I think is something we're not paying enough attention to, depression and low mood in young people. How can we recognize this? How can we help? I don't think that we necessarily need to become 100% counselors in our settings, but there's a lot going on right now with social and emotional needs and development. So cluing in on that. And like I said, most of these courses are free. Now, maybe you don't want to take the whole course. Maybe you just want a simpler idea. This is where I like some of the ideas on how to teach digital citizenship from techlearning.com. The resource that I'm going to share with you there has lots of ideas on it, but I like this one. You know, if we're especially, say, working with teenagers and they're in and out of breakout rooms, or if we have larger classes or multi-level classes, can we assign roles? Can I have somebody that I say, okay, today you're going to be the chat moderator, and this is your job to watch the chat. And as I'm teaching, point out things to me, interrupt me. You know, researchers that we have, you know, if we're out talking and an item comes up that's good for discussion, maybe it's your job to go and find links and more information about it and bring it back to us. Tech support for, you know, our better abled students with technology, being able to help the students who are struggling. And even maybe a behavior moderator, that the person can bring any issues to the teacher if we have any issues with behavior. You know, I think in my schools that I taught in, we had hall monitors and safety patrols. We can have that online as well. And then one more resource that you may want to check out is this schoolvirtually.org. And what I like about them is they don't just have ideas about teaching online. They have a really good section about low tech and no tech approaches to distance learning. What if you have to do distance learning when there's hardly any internet access and, you know, it's a parent and 5 kids sharing one mobile device between them? This gives you ideas about still making sure that the learning can happen as best as we can, because it's great if we are at an international school and all of our students have tablets, but we're not all in that situation. So School Virtually has some really good ideas, like I said, if you find yourself in that situation. I realize I'm giving you a lot of resources and I'm just kind of showing them and kind of trying to give you a flavor or a taste of what's out there. Not all of these are going to apply to you. I'm not saying please use all of these. I'm saying kind of pay attention, see which one kind of clicks with you. And then when I give you the links at the end, you know, go to them right away, say, this is what I want to remember. This is what I want to investigate further. So the next one is legal issues. With legal issues, I do have a little bit of a problem here, because what I taught with in my legal situation, I taught university in America, and then I came to Southeast Asia. I'm used to the legal issues here. I never taught in Brazil. I've tried to do some research on some of the legal ramifications of privacy and things all through South America, and it does differ from country to country, and it's kind of a hot topic in Brazil at the moment. So this is where I'm going to say I'm not the expert, but I hope I can inspire you to be the expert in it. And really, this boils down, if we want to define legal issues, into 2 areas. How well do you understand and implement data protection rules? Because that's a big thing right now. And secondly, how well do you understand and implement copyright, piracy, file sharing, and plagiarism rules? So on the first one, some questions to kind of ask yourself. Do you know about and implement data laws which protect personal information about learners? For example, a learner's personal details, education history, and records of progress. Do you know what information you can keep in a digital learning environment and how long you can keep it for? Again, you don't need to write the answer in the chat box. This is for you to reflect. These are questions. If you know it already, go to a different aspect of the digital framework. But if these are things like, oh, no, you know, I'm not sure how long we can keep that data, this might be a flag for you to go up and do the investigation so that you know. And do you know if you can share this data and who you can share it with? Now, again, I'm not an expert in the LGPD, you know, the Brazilian privacy law. I'm not an expert in South American privacy law, and I would not and am not giving any legal advice. Personally, with my work at Cambridge, I'm bound by the GDPR, which is the European Union's Global Data Protection or Privacy and Protection Act. And again, in my previous role when I taught in the United States, we had FERPA, the Federal Education Rights Privacy Act. And I would just encourage you to really dig deep, because there are some things that even when I was a teacher, I had to really pay attention to. For example, I think we know don't share students' faces or names like on Facebook or social media without explicit parental consent. I think we know that one. But some of the things that I see that where I taught before would have been violations. I'm not saying it would be violations for you. I don't know if it would be or not, but what would be violations for me? Just blacking out the student's name, but showing something they wrote with their handwriting. Well, in some cases where I've taught, handwriting is considered a personally identifiable feature. And so by posting something that students had handwritten, even if you blocked out the names, in a way, you're violating their privacy. Also, make sure you closely review any picture you share before posting. I see sometimes people, trying to cut off the pictures of their students' heads, or they try to get the students from the backside. But there are things like reflections that we can see. There are things like name tags or jerseys. And so all of these things, we can't just say, okay, I cut off their heads, or I took the picture from the back so you can't see their face, so it's okay. We have to really review the pictures. Be careful if we use students' names when naming your files. Automatically, that becomes a privacy or a data protection issue. What if those files leak out? What if you've named that photo that student's name and it accidentally gets uploaded, and now you've shared that student's not just their photo, but their name? And one big piece of advice that I like is turn off location services for your phone, because in some cases, pointing out where students' pictures were taken can be a violation of privacy, and people can go and they can get that data tag. So again, I'm going to be sharing with you some more resources. All of these ideas, come from commonsense.org. We'll be talking about that in a bit, but just some things to think about. Privacy goes deep, and these legal issues do go deep. Now, what's the chances of getting caught? It's not 100%, but it's not 0% either. And I think it's better safe than sorry. We have an idiom in English: an ounce of prevention is better than a pound of cure. Some of these things may not seem like a big deal until they are, and then you'll wish that you had made, every reasonable effort to know the law. The other part of legal issues is a very sticky subject, especially with me working in publishing: copyright, piracy, file sharing, plagiarism. Do you know what rules protect a person's work and stop others from copying it or sharing it illegally? Do you know that copyright laws might allow fair use? And if so, do you know what fair use is? Or in the case of, for example, Brazil, which doesn't specifically have fair use, but has a list of exemptions to copyright laws, which look a lot like, to me, fair use policies. Do you know about Creative Commons licenses, to where you can, without worry or stress, use some of these pictures or music without fear of getting sued or having to pay royalties? And do you know and use digital tools which can identify if one text plagiarizes another text? A few things, again, that I'm going to give you. Again, one of them is this idea from connectsafely.org, which is about copyright. What I like about this infographic is that it does talk about copyright, but it talks about the difference between copyright and plagiarism. And it also gives a good, reasonable test for what is fair use, because fair use in most laws is not clearly defined. It doesn't say you can use this many pages of a book. It says what is reasonable. So how do you do this test of what is reasonable as a teacher? How do you know if it is okay to photocopy that worksheet or that page of a textbook? Or how do you know if you've gone too far and you're violating? This document really gives some good advice with it. Personally speaking, when it comes to pictures, because that's the thing that I'm most worried about, there anecdotally, there's a story of a presenter, I think it was in the United Kingdom, who just pulled a picture off of Google because they liked the picture that it was there, and they put it in their PowerPoint presentation. And it turned out that the person who took that photo was in the audience and had not given permission for that photo to be used, and a lawsuit developed, and it got settled for a lot of money. So, I mean, just innocently grabbing a picture from Google thinking that's okay, we could be putting ourselves into liability. So Personally speaking, I like to get things from Creative Commons sites. I got this picture from Pexels. And what I like about Pexels is everything is okay to use. The people who've posted on there, they just say, use it if you want to, or give me some credit. That would be nice. And so there are 3 sources that I go to. Pexels and Pixabay have large galleries with some really good searchable photos. I find usually everything that I need there. And another one is ELT Pix, which doesn't have as many photos, but it's submitted by English language teachers. And they try to get contexts that would really help us make worksheets or do things in our lessons. For example, they might have comparisons as a context, and they might have 2 things next to each other, one big, one little. And it's just, they've done a really good job of trying to find pictures that relate to things that we would be using in the English class. Another thing that I like is duplachecker.com. Duplachecker is a plagiarism detector. This way, especially for my secondary students and even university students, I could either run it myself or I could let them check themselves to see if they're okay or if they've accidentally plagiarized something. It has a free version and a paid for version. The free version, you're limited at the number of words that you can go in. I think it's maximum 1,000 words at a time, but it's okay. I have no problem cutting and pasting 1,000 words and looking and seeing the results and doing it again. But if you want to pay for it at a little bit of a pricier thing, you can upload a whole document. It's really good and up to date of checking, where the sources came from, if you've cited it okay, if you paraphrased okay. And like I said, it's absolutely free. The other thing that I like about Duplachecker is even though they're advertisements, if you read their privacy policy, they don't sell your data. And it's one of the few ones out there that are free that really try, I think, if you read their privacy statement, to do the right thing. And then the third area that I wanted to talk about, probably in my mind the most important area, digital welfare and safety. How well do you manage online security and privacy issues? And how well do you understand and manage health and welfare issues related to the use of technology? And I'm not going to break this up into 2 different ones. I'm going to kind of give you the reflection questions at the same time. But first, I know I've been talking for a while and I did want to make this interactive. I wanted to talk about online risks. And I want to show you just some of the online risks that students of all ages might face when they're online. Some of them I've mentioned already in this session. Some of them I haven't mentioned yet. But when you think of our students using digital tools, using the internet, what are some of the risks? What are some of the things that we worry about as teachers? I'd like for you to put in the chat box just a few of the things that you think are going to show up on this list. What are some online risks? I see somebody wrote Unsplash, by the way. I didn't put Unsplash on my thing, but in my resources, Unsplash is one of the links as well. Love Unsplash. I should probably add that for the next time I do this, yeah. Scamming, absolutely. Too much exposure, oversharing, putting ourselves out there, yeah. Ooh, Zoom bombing, conference being invaded by outsiders. Yeah, not locking our rooms. Bullying. Thank you, Cynthia. Yeah, bullying, absolutely. Stalking. It does happen even with children, unfortunately. We can't pretend that we live in a perfect world, Bad people are out there. And as we move online, being digital, it means that we have to have a protective aspect. Are we going to be right? Are we going to be successful 100% of the time? No, but we have to do our best to try. I like haters and stalking. I like that. Yeah. Promoting stereotypes. Absolutely. Here are just a few that Sophia Mavridi, and if you don't know Sophia, she writes a lot on this true aspect of digital literacy. She has a website, really like what she's done. She's also written a few blogs for us at Cambridge on the digital teacher. on the online risks, here are some of the things that, if we think about it, that we're exposed to. Privacy risks, as you said, the negative digital footprint, the overexposure, exposure to inappropriate content. I mean, there are some things that when students type, you're just like, please Google, don't show a photo of, please Google, don't show a photo. There's a heart palpitation that goes on. Digital distractions, false information, fake news, all of that stuff. It's out there. Digital plagiarism, commercial exploitation, trying to get students' data so that they can lock them in this cycle of selling the data. This is what inspired me to put together this presentation, was when I looked at some of the educational apps out there that were free, that I will admit, maybe I recommended to some teachers right at the beginning of the pandemic because they were free and exciting. And then you look at the privacy information and they're selling students' data everywhere. And, it really is commercial exploitation. Identity theft, cyberbullying, sexual solicitation, and grooming. Unfortunately, there are horrible, horrible people who, as you said, stalk children's websites. And then spam and malware. So what are the questions we need to be asking ourselves? Do you know about selecting appropriate passwords for online security and privacy? Password protection. How is your password? Do you think it's unhackable? Has your password been hacked? How would you know? Can you select appropriate antivirus software? Do you need it for your computer? Do you need it for your smartphone or for your virus? Do you know? Do you know how to stop people from accessing your personal data? And also on that other aspect of it, do you know how to manage the negative effects of the use of technology and what they can have on health? Do you take action to promote a healthy balance in your digital environment? This is one of the things that worries me, especially with children learning online. What are we doing to get them moving? What are we learning to talk, maybe talk through the screen, but have them running around their own room to get them away from the screen and make a balance and let them know that they don't have to have eyes on the screen the whole time? Do you take action to prevent welfare issues such as cyberbullying, grooming occurring? And can you spot the signs that learners may need help? Now, personally speaking, for all of these issues, I finally broke down. I got LastPass. I'm not endorsing it. There's other password generators out there, but I finally got LastPass because my passwords that I was trying to think of weren't good enough. I know this because another website that I like is called Have I Been Pwned? And that is a website where you can enter in your email address and it will tell you how many data leaks that email address has been a part of. And be careful when you look it up. You might think, I haven't heard anything. And then you type in your email address to Have I Been Pwned? And oh my gosh, all of these people on the dark web have my information. Now, for the younger learners and even the teachers, there are two apps that I really like. One is called Be Cyberwise, which is a monster family, and it's something that can be played on the smartphone. It's not something I would use in class. I would encourage parents to be using it with their kids. But this monster family, it's at an easy to grasp level of language, and you help the monster family be safer online. And then there's also another app called CyberSafe, which has been developed by kids, teaching other kids about cyber safety for some of my younger learners and teenagers, just in case I want to give them that information out there. And I also have two other websites that I'm going to give on the recommendations. Internet Safety from EdTech Update has wonderful, wonderful article for you. And then TechSafe about living safely online has some things that isn't really about teachers, but some things that you can share with parents. Because look, if we're teaching during a pandemic and we're still doing some of the hybrid or at school learning, it's okay if we have our own system locked down, but are we training our parents to help them lock down their children's systems? And then finally, you'll notice I have Common Sense Media bold. That's because I think it's my favorite. And I know a lot of you are already familiar with it. Please continue using it. For me, if you haven't heard of it, go to it right away. If there's only one website you remember from this, I want it to be the Cambridge one, the Digital Teacher. I work for Cambridge. But if there are two websites you remember from this, I'd like it to be the Digital Teacher from Cambridge and Common Sense Media. What I like about it is it has lesson plans, again, about digital citizenship that are ready to go. It also has ed tech ratings and reviews, and it also has extra professional development for you as a teacher. And most of this stuff is free. Here's an example of some of the lesson plans. It's from K to 12. Again, I've used some of the 12th grade stuff in university classes. It works. But you can see here for 9th grade, these are ready to use lessons about my digital life is like, or the big data dilemma. And you can see that it's geared towards something that would get teenagers' interest. And it's in English, and it's at a gradable language level that I could bring in language skills along with it. But then also on the right-hand side, you can see which aspect of this wider digital world that's hitting, whether it's privacy and security, whether it's digital footprint and identity. The other great thing about Common Sense Media is it gives you, for some of the most popular apps, ratings, learning ratings. You know, how pedagogically sound do they think it is? Community ratings, what do teachers think, but also what I think is most important, a privacy rating. And no app is going to have 100% privacy rating, especially if it's free, but it will tell you why they've given the rating of what it is. Here, this one for Sesame Street, because I love Sesame Street. It's about, you know, breathe, think, do with Sesame Street. It has an emotional element to it. Great for you know, emotional learning and special needs. It's aimed at the pre-K1 level, but it has a 63% pass rate, and I can look and see what they like about the privacy policy and what they don't like about it. And so this is a way to look at an app and say, before I use it, is it safe or not? And then again, the third thing that it has are different types of professional development. There are some that you could do as a big group in your school and organize. There's some that are self-paced and online. For example, here's another one that's an hour, just in case you want the skills yourself. Again, I want to say, don't feel overwhelmed. That's only one part of the wider digital world. We didn't even talk about productivity and information management. But even that's only part of the larger digital teaching framework. But we have a tool to help it be more manageable. And the last thing I'd share with you is if you go to thedigitalteacher.com, if you go on the homepage, there is another sort of self-evaluation that you can do as a teacher on Test My Digital Skills. And you can fill out kind of a survey, and it will pinpoint your strengths and weaknesses so that you can look and see what you need to focus on. Again, if you know the Brazilian privacy laws frontwards and backwards, don't spend your time learning more about it. It's your chance to evaluate and reflect on your strengths and weaknesses, and then improve yourself so that we can keep our kids good digital citizens, safe and legal. So probably the part which I hope you're most excited about, all of the resources and even more are right on this page. It's a link to my Google Drive, and you can download it right away. It's 3 pages of resources that I've categorized by these topics. You can either get it with the QR code, or you can type that link into your web browser, and it's right there for you. And I would say that 95% of all of these links are absolutely totally free, or they have a free version of them. Only about 5% or something that you would need to cough up money for. It's a long list. It's 3 pages long. Don't try to do them all. Little by little, little becomes a lot. So one step at a time. Thank you all very much. I hope you found some of that useful. And that is my presentation. That's it.
Thank you, Alan, so much for that important talk. Some places a bit scary about the...
It's the world we live in, you know, and
ignoring
it doesn't make it go away.
Exactly. We do need to think about that. Thank you so much for the resources. I already got the QR code on my cell phone, so I already downloaded the doc. Thank you very much. And if it's all right with you, we have some questions. Would that be okay?
Sure.
All right. So Maria Cecilia Souza says, how can we bring the digital lessons available for students from the public schools who do not have access to the internet?
So if you don't have a digital device, you're not going to have a digital lesson. That's So trying to force something in, one of my favorite sayings from my dad is trying to convince yourself that a bad idea is actually a good idea is the definition of a bad idea. If we don't have the right tools or resources to be digital, we can't be digital. And what I like about this idea of being digital, it's that we're as digital as much as we can be, not we have to be digital and make everything else happen. A lot of times when we ask this question, we're putting the cart before the horse. What I would say is, if you remember, I had one of the resources in there that were for low tech or no tech situations. But what is going to be involved is making a clear communication plan with parents and really, planning probably a week's worth of lessons first. Making sure that if we do something that it is mobile phone friendly, and talking to parents about setting a set time of when they need to let students use their phone, maybe doing like a 5-minute introduction to the lesson and then turning it over to learner autonomy and encouraging the parents and giving the parents ideas of what they need to be doing and when those assignments are due. I know one school in Cambodia that has had reasonable success doing things by post. And, it took some while to get used to it, but it's these manila envelopes that are going back and forth where the teacher's giving formative assessment, and it's slow. Is it perfect? Absolutely not. Is it ideal? No. But living in a pandemic isn't ideal. Good enough is good enough. And what I want you to really think of is, don't feel that you have to be perfect. We're doing the best. It's like playing poker. You don't get to pick the cards that you're dealt. You just have to play them the best you can. Sometimes we're not dealt a good hand, but we still play that hand anyway. That's the answer. There's no magic solution.
I love that poker analogy. I'm definitely going to use that one. It's so true. I love it. Marcellus Lima says, what's your opinion on the fact that some institutions are making their teachers sign contracts to have their classes recorded and then used as the institution's property?
You're probably not going to like my answer, but I'm going to say, you have the choice to work there or not. I mean, look, I can understand it. I used to be a manager at a chain of language schools for a long time. I can see both sides of that issue. What I would say, if you're really, really bothered about it, if there's something that you really want to keep for yourself, don't put it in your lessons. There's nobody has the perfect lessons. There are great things that we do in our lessons, but some things that we don't want to share. It doesn't make you a bad person if that's something that you're like, I want to hang on to that. So don't give it to them. That's what I would say. That does not give you the right then to say, well, I don't want to give you my best stuff, so I'm going to give a bad lesson. Find a way to make another lesson to where you don't give away what you consider your intellectual property. And who knows, chances are, I think half of you will probably like that better than what you were originally going to do and want to keep yourself. And then you'll be sad of like, why did I give that away? Like I said, we're in the most creative moments as being teachers right now. So do be careful what you give away and what you don't give away. But as far as, institutions making their teachers sign contracts, it's all about choices. It may not feel like it, but they're not doing anything against the law, and you have the choice to sign that contract or not. It doesn't feel nice, but again, the real world doesn't sometimes feel nice.
All right. Well, this is the last question from Raisa Rafael. After this long year of intensive learning about teaching, what changes do you believe will remain? And in what areas do you feel we still have a lot to explore?
Okay, well, I think the areas that we're going to keep, I don't think that this is a new normal. I need to say that. I think that, even in Thailand, where I'm most familiar with, every time that we do get to open and go back to class, people are burning their Zoom accounts and saying, yay, done with that. And then, of course, we go back into lockdown and they're like, oh, where's my password? So I don't necessarily think we're in a new normal. But what I think that we're going to keep is less of a feeling of technology is not for me. I think that we're going to keep a lot of the technology that has become normal to us. I don't think we're going to keep a lot of the apps that we've been using through Zoom. I don't even think we're going to be using Zoom, but there's going to be things that we've realized, like, hey, Flipgrid. If you're not familiar, Flipgrid is an app that you can use that, you know, you can do some recording. Yeah, and I never used it before I was online teaching, but if I'm teaching IELTS classes, I'm like, this is perfect for 2-minute speaking in IELTS. They could record it and do it again and again. And it's just these things that I keep on going to and again that have become normal for me. And it's this idea of normalization. But technology, we have to be careful. One of my favorite quotes about technology is from Alan Key. And he said, just remember, technology, the definition is anything that was invented after you were born. So, it's this idea. Like I said, I'm going to go back to this word, normal. I think that we're going to be not afraid to use our phones as much, which is good. If you would have told me 25 years ago when I started teaching that every student is going to come with a camera and a voice recorder and a video camera recorder to class with them, I'd be like, that's amazing. I taught in the days when we had the cassette tape and the pencil and it would go back and we'd have to wind it up. And I think we're realizing that because we've been so myopic in the way that we have taught, that we were a little bit afraid to bring the little bits of technology in. And I think that that's what's going to keep the little bits, not the big bits. I could be wrong.
Oh, we'll never know, right? I love Flipgrid myself as well. I've made great. Last year during the pandemic, I teach children, young children. We made children's choirs. So they all recorded the same part of the song, and then I edited together, and they all sang together. So
that's fantastic.
Yeah.
What a great way to bring community in as well. One of my favorite things with Flipgrid that I did with some young learners is just having them record, but then showing it without sharing my screen, but doing the audio and letting them say, do you know whose voice that is? And that's such a nice connection while you're teaching online, just to let students know that your voice is recognized. So much of what we want to do, if we do keep this, what I love is not the apps or anything that we've used. I love that we as teachers over the past 2 years have kind of learned to teach through the screen and not to the screen. And I think that that's hopefully what we keep. I think I overtalked that answer, but that's what I think.
No, it's fine. I could spend all afternoon here listening to you, but we have lots more to see and hear. So once again, thank you very much for being with us, Alan. But before you go, as you know, it's Cambridge Day's 20th anniversary. So thinking about the digital world, what message would you leave us teachers for the next 20 years?
Just, how do I answer that? I mean, what message would I give you for the next 20 years? I don't want to give you a message. I just want to say thank you. If there's one thing that we've learned from this, it is, even though we're not paid what we should be, I think the world has finally grasped how important we are. So the message for the next 20 years is just thank you.
Thank you, Alan. I hope to see you soon. Thanks for joining us.
Pleasure to be here. Thanks for having me.
So before we continue, don't forget we have a trivia quiz for the Game Changer that's available for you. Probably our chat managers will put it in the chat box again for you to play and get a chance to spin our spin to win wheel and win amazing prizes. And tomorrow, laptop, the person who is in first place. And if you are in the top 10 position, please beware of your cell phone or your email, as Cambridge Production will be in touch with you to participate in our spin to win wheel. All right? So moving on, if there is one lesson the last 18 months have taught us, is that nothing stays the same. Teaching practices change, the needs of the learners change, the learning context changes, but the principles don't. So what does that mean for teaching and assessment? we now have a very special panel assessment here to help us are here to help us talk about the topic. Toledo is the assessment manager for the Southern Cone and Andes, providing appropriate and innovative assessment solutions for the region. And Alberto Costa is the senior assessment services manager for the Americas, liaising with exam centers, schools, and teachers, and providing appropriate support in language assessment. Welcome to our panel, Alberto and Pablo.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure for it's a pleasure for me to have you here. And first I'm going to talk to Alberto, because I'm sure you've been to many Cambridge Days, right?
Yes,
both
many.
As a speaker as well as an attendee. We've seen each other on other Cambridge Days. And I wanted to ask you, Alberto, do you have a memorable moment of one of them?
Yes, I have many memories from Cambridge Days. I am from Recife, but I'm based in São Paulo. And when we had Cambridge Days in Recife, it was a great opportunity to meet the speakers, the international speakers that came all the way to speak to the teachers in the Northeast. And this is a memory from me and my friend and colleague, Ben Goldstein, in one of the Cambridge Days back in 2015. So I have great memories of attending and presenting and moderating panels on Cambridge Day. It's a great event.
Oh, wow. 2015 was my first Cambridge Day. And I remember the talk Ben Goldstein gave about using YouTube as authentic material. It was an amazing talk.
Absolutely.
And Pablo, you're not in Brazil, I imagine.
No, it's just as cold here in Buenos Aires as it is in Sao Paulo, apparently. But no, so for me, the best Brazil Cambridge Day is going to be the next one when I get the chance to travel and meet you all in the flesh.
Yay, I hope that happens soon. Amazing. So you both have a great background in assessment. What would you say has been a great challenge for assessment currently, Pablo?
I think basically there are lots of challenges, but the biggest one has been a really practical one, which is just as we were not ready for schools, not to be there face to face teaching the way we were used to, and it took a lot of adjustment. Assessment has taken that hit as well. There is still a lot of mistrust, misconceptions, people not knowing exactly what to do, and also at the same time, the fact that nothing is business as usual means that assessment needs to take on new roles, and assessment can do that, but it takes a little bit of thinking and a little bit of work to get assessments to work for us in this context. And this has led to some teachers saying, no, assessment, we cannot do it right now, or it is not for me, or I will worry about it later. When in fact, assessment could be the thing saving your skin today. So a lot of what has changed is that it has become more relevant than ever. Formative assessment, summative assessment, we could be talking about that. Well, Alberto and me could be talking about that for the rest of our lives, but we could be talking about that for a really long time. But the incredible thing about assessment is that if you put it to work for you, it is going to do incredible things for you. But if you just let it be, it's not going to be doing much. It is just there unused. I don't know if you agree with that, Alberto.
I do. I mean, I think in many ways, assessment has always been something like synonymous with giving the students a written test. And with the pandemic, giving the students a written test was not possible because in many situations, teachers teaching remotely and not being able to do so, that means that a wider understanding of what assessment is and how assessment can be done and all the different ways that teachers can implement in order to do better assessment and to provide constant feedback to learners, I think has become a key need. And I think this was one of the things that motivated Pablo and myself and our colleagues in the Americas to put together an event last year on assessment for learning so that we could share, I mean, thoughts and ideas of ways of assessing learners that goes beyond giving them a classroom test, a written test.
That's so true, Alberto. We've changed how we apply tests, how students take tests. And then that actually is a good change, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we'll get started with the panel. You both feel free to complete each other's answers. So Alberto, my first question, I'm going to start with you. How has learning and assessment changed in the past year? You already gave us a little taste of that. So how would you say it changed in the last year? What would the outlook be for the future? Sorry.
Mm-hmm. It's okay. Well, I think learning has changed dramatically. I think some of the speakers yesterday and today during the Cambridge Day event, they have mentioned that we used to see teaching remotely as something that would be an alternative or maybe something that I know about, but I don't want to go there. However, with the pandemic, everyone has had to teach remotely, and we weren't prepared to do so. So I think learning, teaching, and assessment has changed in so many ways because I believe both teachers and learners now see that different means of teaching and learning are possible, and so are different means of assessment. And I think that when the year started now, I mean 2021, it was a different perspective because teachers already knew what to go through, and perhaps in many cases they had more time to plan their remote teaching. So we moved from emergency remote teaching to a bit more planned remote teaching and the different activities that could be in place. I think the outlook for the future is to implement some of those ideas and practices that teachers have embraced into face-to-face teaching. I think there will be more alternatives for everyone at the end of the day.
There was an amazing phrase that was used just a couple of minutes ago, which was that we have gone from teaching to the screen to teaching through the screen. And in a way, we can say the same thing about assessment. I mean, the more we have got used to the idea of the way things are working now, the more we as teachers have realized that at the end of the day, we are doing the same thing with different instruments, which changes the way we do some things, but doesn't change the core of what we want to do. So in a way, everything has changed because things are not the way they were, but from another perspective, nothing has changed. We are still trying to connect to students. We are still trying to develop their skills, their competencies. And from an assessment perspective, we are still trying to look at how the way we teach, what we want to teach, the way we teach it, and the way we assess it link up. And how assessment and what kind of assessment is going to do basically what you need done in your lessons, what our learners need for their learning, what we as teachers need to support them in the process. So everything has changed, nothing has.
I love that expression by Alan a few minutes ago, and I love your expression, Pablo. Everything has changed, but nothing has changed. So Pablo, has this scenario affected the priorities for language teaching and learning?
In a way, yes. I mean, if we believe, as I hope we all do and agree on that, in teaching language as communication, in the idea that we are teaching learners how to use English and how to be able to communicate and express themselves in it and use the language, we are not teaching them a course about English, then we are looking, for example, at a lot more online collaboration, what we are doing right now. Everybody is doing Zoom, everybody is sending and receiving emails. So suddenly, for instance, the idea that to be able to work and to function, some people could do with just developing the receptive skills, just working on their reading skills because they were going to be reading a lot of information about their jobs or their lives, and that they were going to be listening to things or to be receptive of English without actually having to speak, without actually having to write. that idea is gone. I think we can all agree that that profile of the passive language learner is dead. But that profile has been very important. I mean, if you look at the way many universities teach English, they teach reading comprehension. If you think about the way many people understand what kind of English someone is going to need, unless they're going to be experts or specialists or work in certain fields, we think, well, they need to know a little bit more about how to read a manual, how to read a book, how to use a dictionary to make better sense of things, not necessarily so much about expressing themselves. I think our priorities right now have to be focused more than ever on looking at two things. Number one, the learner as someone who has a complex profile that covers all of the skills. So not just the receptive skills, but also the productive skills. But mostly the idea that the learner is what we can call an agent, that the learner is very active and actively using language to do things. So, because the ways in which we communicate and the ways in which most people use English have developed, especially this past year, into a much more active online communication, we need to start thinking of how we can prepare our learners to be able to do that, to perform those things, to express themselves, to explain themselves, to feel empowered in those communications, but not just as people who are able to understand English, but as people who are able to be themselves in English, to function in English. And this should realign our priorities.
Yeah. Absolutely.
What do you
Bob.
think, Albert?
Sorry. And I was going to say that this makes a lot of sense. I mean, there has been a lot of discussion and somehow a revolution in the way we view language learning and especially communicating in the language. Look at what's happening in Brazil at the moment with the guidelines for plurilingual education. So learning an additional language or being able to communicate in another language is something that goes beyond learning the language itself, but being able to communicate and hear, read information in the additional language, and that making a difference to your knowledge building. So I think this is really crucial, and skills will play a very, very important role in that process. I think when we look at, for example, the way we see learning as a whole, we need the skills for language learning, but we also need to make sure that we use those skills to learn. So things like being better able to develop students' listening and reading skills more effectively in class, I think will make a huge difference if we want the students to also learn through English. So they have to be able to understand things. And I think our role as Cambridge, and especially our role where Pablo and I come from, Cambridge Assessment English, is to somehow provide this or help to provide the support for teachers. And for this reason, I think it's nice to announce now, right, Pablo, that we have a little treat for the audience. We have a handout which has links to something that Cambridge has developed recently. So this is really new material. It's called Teacher Guides. So we have a series of guides for developing listening and reading skills. And we also have guides for assessing writing skills, which are they're all free guides. And I think they bring really important information and ideas for teachers to better deal with, for example, bottom-up, top-down processing when developing listening skills in class, making sure that teachers are aware and that they can better use skimming and scanning techniques when developing reading skills, and that teachers make sure that writing is not just the fact that you correct a piece of paper to check or to look for mistakes, but there's loads of things that you can give feedback on, that you can prioritize, focusing on what learners can do rather than what they cannot do. And all those things can be found in those guides, which we have made accessible to everyone attending this session here.
Especially because, and this is one of the great things that assessment can help us do. When we think of skills development and when we think of assessing skills or helping our students develop those skills, we need to be very analytic and systematic. Alberto was just talking about how we need to reflect on not just, okay, reading. Reading is reading, but reading is not just putting a written text in front of you and somehow absorbing it or making it go into your brain somehow. It is about doing lots of different ways of reading, lots of different processes that go into reading, looking at schema versus REMA, top down, bottom up, how different kinds of reading interact, how different reading tasks and purposes are done. And the guides are there to help you sort of understand what are those things that come into play, and also to understand how we from Cambridge Assessment have gone from thinking about what makes a skill into thinking about how we can assess that skill. It goes a long way towards explaining how we assess the things we assess and giving you the tools to use the bits of our approach that make sense to you. This is not an obligation, just a suggestion and assistance, but the bit of our approach that makes sense to you and to bring it into your classrooms. And also, if you are using our exams, to help you understand how the format of the exam is based on those things. Because that is one more thing that exams can do for you. We think of things like washback of exams or the impact of an exam into the teaching as this kind of horrible thing. I'm going to have to use time and change my priorities and all that. But for instance, and there have been comments there that this is an issue in Brazil for secondary schools, that there is a lot of focus, because there is a university admission exam that is focused on receptive skills, that this makes secondary school teachers focus more on receptive skills than productive, because that is on the test. Well, if you choose an exam like a Cambridge exam that has a balance across the skills, and you are not working on the productive skills, you're going to have to start doing it, because otherwise you're going to find that. So this is one example of how a good exam can be the thing that has this positive washback. It can help you rebalance priorities, reshuffle priorities. And also, if you are using the right exam, the one that connects with the way you're teaching, it is going to help you balance all of the different things that make up each of the skills that you're trying to develop in your learners. And the guides are there, and the guides can be an excellent starting point into how to make that link, how to make the exam work for you. Not for you as a teacher, but it's not going to do your teaching for you, but it is going to help you develop your learners' competence in language and develop their agency, develop their capacity to use the language, to interact, to express themselves, to function with the language in very nuanced ways.
And hopefully, Pablo, also to add to the teachers' repertoire of assessment practices. The guides talk a lot about self-assessment and peer assessment, so bringing lots of ideas to help to support teachers both in face-to-face and remote teaching. So we are really, really happy to be able to share those guides with you and think of assessment in a more in a broader kind of sense, assessment that involves peer assessment, self-assessment, formative assessment, diagnostic, and summative assessment.
At the end of the day, there is an element of assessment. I mean, if we go down to the definition of what assessment is to think about, sort of to make some kind of judgment and evaluation of what we do. And we are teaching learners so that this is kind of the paradox of teaching, is that we teachers work very hard so that to make students not need us anymore. The objective of teaching, the goal of teaching is not the point where a student passes your class or when they do the goal of teaching, or at least the reason I get up in the morning and teach, is because I want people to be able to function in English without me. Years into the future, I know that I have done my job when a learner comes to me and says, 10 years ago, I was in your class, and now I can do all these things in English and use it in my life. So, and for that, we need learners to be able to assess themselves, to understand what they have done well in language and whatnot. To do that, we need to walk the walk with them. We need to take their hands and teach them about the way we are doing it, show them how communication skills are things that we use in our own language, not just in English, to reflect on those things, to understand, for instance, in speaking and writing, what can be a framework to analyze and edit their own writing, and how the way we as teachers assess their writing can be a guide to understand okay, I am listening to something and I don't understand it. What can I do to help myself? Maybe I need to focus more on the global ideas. Maybe I need to focus on just listening through it and see what I pick up and how I make sense of those things. To do that, you need the kind of work these guides are going to help you do.
That's great. Pablo, speaking about how we can help learners, I was wondering if you could talk to us a little bit about how can we empower learners to become social agents?
And this is the essential thing about why we talk about skills and communicative skills so much, because focusing on skills makes the difference between learning about English and learning to communicate in English. It is not about teaching you all the prepositions and 500 phrasal verbs and all of the tenses in the grammar book. It is not about filling in the gaps and things like that. It is about what you can do with that when you're trying to function in actual communication. So to do those things, to be able to work, because that is what a skill is. That is what a competence is. A competence is knowledge in action in a context. When you are in a conversation, how do you put your speaking, your listening, your writing, your reading to use? So when we focus on skills, when we focus on this kind of work, when we develop these skills systematically, we are empowering learners, because that is the thing that is going to enable them to communicate. The vocabulary and the grammar are super essential. They are fundamental. They are the building blocks. If you don't have the words, and if you don't know how to connect the words, you are not going to be able to speak. But a lot more goes into speaking than knowing the words and knowing how to put them together. You need to understand more things about it. So the more work that we do to develop skills consciously and specifically, the more we are empowering learners in real life. This is going to remove their barriers to communicate, to use English. We see lots of students who have great English, and we know it, but they kind of choke when they're in the situation. They cannot, it's like, no, I cannot do this in English. Well, the training in skills is actually the thing that can help bridge that gap. And assessment can be a key part of that. We need to help our learners reflect on their skills.
That's mind-blowing. It's something that makes us reflect on our teaching and how we are exposing our students to these practices, right? And I wanted to ask Alberto, what proof of learning will people need or want?
Yeah, I think Pablo mentioned something about competence, and I think competence has been discussed widely in this event. Yesterday, Professor Selma Moura, together with Ben Knight and also Ricardo Morales and Brian last night also talked about competence. I think this is something that we need to be focusing on for loads of reasons. For example, the social agent that Pablo refers to is now clearer in frameworks such as the Common European Framework of Reference, which has now more clearly defined the role of the language user, above all, but not necessarily the learner, but the language user, as a social agent, and one that is not only able to communicate, but also one who's able to mediate communication. And I think this is something that is happening more and more. We have many ways of communicating nowadays. We are always learning new tricks or learning how to use a new app, and we are always teaching someone how to do this or how to use that app. So we are sort of communicating, mediating communication, and I think this is where skills play a very important role. But also, I think what we need is clearer ways of giving learners feedback, so that they can see how well they are doing, and we can also give them different ways or signposts, different points that need working on. I think blended feedback, I believe, as a result of the pandemic, when for a long time we haven't been able to give students a test, we will now be able to give students feedback in different ways from different sources and different activities done in class. And I would like also to refer to the Cambridge Life Competencies Framework, because when we talk about a learner becoming more autonomous, for example, we are talking about a number of competencies that have been mapped in that framework that goes from self-regulation, critical thinking, but also emotional development. So all those things put together will help learners to become more themselves. I think from yesterday to today, we have been hearing about Simone Biles in the competition and how her emotional state has been affecting her performance. So all those things together, like emotional development, critical thinking, self-regulation, I think will also help. And these are things that are somehow in our hands as teachers. I know we have a lot on our plate. We have a heavy weight on our shoulders to support students, but all those things are happening here and now, and we are so somehow privileged to have access to instruments such as the Common European Framework and the Cambridge Life Competencies Framework as well, to guide us through all those processes and to support us during this those moments of change.
Well, thank you very much, Alberto and Pablo. You've given us a lot of insights and ideas. Are you going to share your guide on the link?
I think the team has already done it.
Okay. It's already
Yes.
it's already in the chat box. Okay.
Bella Baderna, Cambridge University Press, they have shared it already.
I'll need to get mine later on then. I'll get mine later on then. But thank you so much for giving these insights that really make us think about our practice as teachers. But before you guys go, we're celebrating 20 years of Cambridge Day. And I would like to ask, what message would each one of you leave for us for the next 20 years regarding teaching and assessment?
Well, I'll let Pablo have a go because he's the guest. I'm Brazilian, so he's the guest.
Van Bora, thank you. So now, and that is the whole extent of my Portuguese, to my great shame. So I think, just like if you had asked me this question 20 years ago about like what is the message that I would give to myself 20 years into the future, I would probably have said something that, thinking about what I would have said in 2000, wouldn't make a lot of sense to me today. So I am going to try not to use my crystal ball, but I would definitely like to say that just like going back to what I said at the beginning about everything has changed, nothing has changed. I am sure that in 20 years, you will be doing things in different ways, and in ways that I probably cannot even begin to imagine today. But I would like to think that in 20 years, we would also be doing the same thing as we are doing today, thinking about our learners, thinking about English, thinking about our love and passion for what we do, the ways in which English can empower their lives, and how we can help them become that version of themselves, how we can help bridge those cross-cultural communications, how we can develop those skills, how we can guide them along the way. So my message to ourselves 20 years in the future is, I hope you stay the same in all the ways that matter, and I hope you change in all the ways that will help you make those things that shouldn't change better.
Yeah, I think we will be holding hands with artificial intelligence for teaching, learning, and assessment. But I also hope that in 20 years we will have learned how to hold hands with technology and without losing the human element. I think this is very important.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Alberto and Pablo, for being with us. It's been a real pleasure. I'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Before we move on to our spin to win of the day, here is another video from our favorite TikToker, Bárbara Couto.
Okay, Mary.
Quem é Mary, professor?
English, please.
Teacher, who's Mary?
A Maria, gente.
Professora, posso ir no... Teacher, may I go to the bathroom?
Yes, you can go. Okay?
Professora, a escola tá pegando fogo.
Meu Deus, é verdade. Guys, what have I told you? English,
É
please.
sério, professora, olha ali, a gente tem que correr.
Okay. So,
Caramba, gente, tá pegando fogo mesmo. Corre! Quer dizer...
That's Bárbara Couto representing one of our most traditional marks. In English, please. And now we have our spin to win segment. And just reminding you that Cambridge has created a trivia quiz, and the players who are at the top of the ranking will have a chance to spin and win some awesome prizes. I have a caller on the line. Don't say hello, say Cambridge Day.
Cambridge Day.
Hello, welcome
Hi.
to Cambridge Day. What's your name?
I'm Tatiana.
Tatiana, welcome. Are you enjoying the event? Are you enjoying Cambridge Day?
Yes, I'm really enjoying it.
Yes. Where are you watching us from?
I'm in Campo Limpo Paulista in São Paulo, Brazil.
All right, so it's pretty cold where you are, huh?
It's pretty cold.
Yes, okay. So, Tatiana, we have lots of prizes, as you can see here down on the screen. Do you have any prizes you want to win? Do you have a prize you want to win?
I'd like the series, the book.
The Game Changer series. All right. Let's see if you're lucky today. Ready to spin and win?
Yes, I am.
All right. Here we go. Ooh,
almost
so
there.
close.
Amazing.
You win. What does she win?
I-
This blue one is the Cambridge Online Card.
Online card. That's good.
Here you go. Congratulations, Tatiana. Cambridge University Press Production will be in touch to deliver your cards, okay?
Okay.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
Enjoy the rest of the event.
Thank you.
Fantastic. All right. And now it's time to travel and see more of Cambridge. And one of the must-have experiences is punting along the Cam River. I've got my camera all ready to take pictures of the most famous view of the city. Let's enjoy the tour.
Hello again. For those who weren't with us at the Cambridge Botanic Garden yesterday, I'm Bobby Seagull, TV presenter and author. Today, I'll be taking you on a Cambridge punting experience along the famous River Cam. We'll punt along the backs, an area along the riverbanks occupied by some of the most famous and prestigious colleges that form Cambridge University. You'll get a chance to see some spectacular architecture, landmarks and scenery. Keep an eye out for Trinity Hall, Darwin College, the Mathematical Bridge, and one of the most recognisable views of the city, King's College, where we'll be visiting tomorrow. What we see is the Mathematical Bridge, and it's actually the only wooden bridge spanning the River Cam, and it was designed back in 1740 by William Etheridge, but actually was built a year later by James Essex the Younger. And if you look at it, this was actually subsequently repaired in 1866 and then rebuilt to the same actual design in 1905. And if you go back, the original bridge was actually made from oak, but the structure that we can see today is a teak built replica. And I actually think the design is a minor triumph of 18th century engineering. So woohoo for 18th century engineering. You see, wood is a weak material if subjected to bending, but in this bridge design, the timbers in the sort of side trusses are subjected to little or no bending forces. And the dominant force in the timbers lateral to the arch is simple compression, in which state wood is very strong. And the triangulation actually in the side trusses makes them stiff without being too heavy, and this prevents hinging at the joints between the segments of the arch. And the red brick building which the bridge runs into is actually the Riverside building, and this is actually, believe it or not, the oldest building on the river at Cambridge. It also contains parts of the President's Lodge. And here we see the magnificent King's College Chapel, but we can see it from a slightly different perspective, and it for me is the epitome of English late Gothic style. Vast painted glass windows, filigreed stone frame, and a gravity defying fan vaulting. And actually no other college had a chapel built on such a scale. In fact, the building was modelled on the plan of a cathedral choir, the architect being Henry VI's master mason, Reginald Ely. So next to King's College is Clare, and this was founded in 1326 and actually refounded in 1338 by Lady Elizabeth de Clare, and she was a wealthy heiress. And actually it's the second oldest of Cambridge's 31 colleges. And there's the famous prospect of the beautiful south and west ranges of the Old Court, as you can see across the King's College lawns. And this perhaps is one of the most celebrated and most photographed images in all of England. And if you like your nature, you'll be pleased to know that famous alumni of Clare Colleges, David Attenborough, the incredible naturalist. And actually we can see Clare Bridge, that's actually still the oldest bridge standing over this River Cam. So what you can see over there is Jerwood Library, and there are over actually 100 libraries at the University of Cambridge, and this is one of the most recent, and is designed for Trinity Hall by local architects Freeland Rees Roberts and finished in 1998. Actually, in contrast, Trinity Hall's old library is over 400 years old and is one of the few chained libraries remaining in Britain. And that's what is that? A chained library is a library where the books are actually attached to their bookcase by a chain. So it's sufficiently long enough to allow the books to be taken from their shelves and be read, but not long enough so you can walk out with the book itself. That is the magnificent Wren Library, designed for Trinity College by Sir Christopher Wren, St Paul's Cathedral guy, and this striking library was finished in 1695. It actually combined sort of exquisite classical proportions and actually a carefully controlled amount of natural light. And some credit it as being one of the first libraries to be built with large windows to give readers a sufficient amount of light to actually read. Today, the library actually houses 75,000 books, including the largest intact proportion of Sir Isaac Newton's own library. But also, it has other notable books. Winnie the Pooh, so it has A.A. Milne's manuscript, and The House at Pooh Corner. You like Shakespeare, the Capel collection, and also the 1620 edition of William Morgan's translation of the Bible into Welsh. So that is New Court, part of St. John's College, and it was once home to a monastic house, a hospital of St. John. Actually was in existence from at least the early 13th century, but by the start of the 16th century it fallen into a bit of disrepair, and it came to the attention of Bishop John Fisher, who's the Chancellor of the University and a friend of actually Lady Margaret Beaufort, the mother of King Henry VII. Fisher persuaded her to build a college in place of the old hospital. And by the mid-19th century, the college had expanded across the River Cam with construction of its really now famous Bridge of Sighs and New Court. I think New Court is one of the best loved 19th century buildings here in Cambridge. And it was finally completed in 1831 to a design by Rickman and Hutchinson. And actually, if you look, the tiered and turreted appearance has led some to give it the affectionate nickname of the wedding cake. You can see that, can't you? What we can see is the Bridge of Sighs, and this is a really rare example of the work of the sadly short-lived architectural prodigy Henry Hutchinson, and he died soon after the bridge was completed in 1831. And if you think the name Bridge of Sighs is familiar, well, it is, because it's from Venice, although it's got some, it's very architecturally uncommon from the actual one in Venice. The bars in the window actually do serve a practical purpose because they were designed to prevent students from climbing in or out of St. John's College at night. And this actual place here, Queen Victoria from the 19th century, she apparently loved the spot more than any other place in the entire city. Well, what a fantastic punting experience. You can join me again tomorrow on a virtual tour of King's College, one of the most iconic colleges in Cambridge. And guess what? We've been given exclusive access, so be sure not to miss out.
Well, that was a wonderful experience that I can't wait to do it in person, right? I love the way how he talks about the historical part and the stories about Cambridge, right? And speaking about history and stories, have you seen or shared your story with Cambridge Day on the Padlet that Cambridge University Press has made for this event? It is 20 years of stories to be told and to be shared. And I love reading all of the stories and all of the moments. I even shared my own story. I went to Cambridge Day in 2015, the first time I went, and it was an amazing experience. As João said yesterday, I love that he said that Cambridge Day is an experience, because in that year, in 2015, I remember with so many details, everything I saw on that day. So I remember Herbert Puchta, he had a talk, and he was talking about things related to neuroscience, neurolinguistics, and he said this phrase: the brain needs emotion to learn. So when I heard that, I thought, oh, wow, this is so important. This is something I'm going to take for the rest of my life. So in all of my classes, I try to make my students feel some kind of emotion. I make them feel happy. I make them feel motivated so they learn. So the brain needs emotion to learn. And I'm waiting for your story on the Padlet, okay? Back to the education show, we'll have Kate Brereton with her talk on the well-being of educational leaders, learning the skills of self-compassion. And here she is. Welcome, Kate.
Hi, everybody. Hello, Brazil. It's really great to be here.
It's great to have you.
Thank you. I hope that I'm just going to turn to the beginning of my presentation. So I just want to introduce myself a bit first, if that's okay.
Sure, that's fine.
Yeah, so I'm a clinical psychologist. So I'm actually not an educator. I come from a completely different world. But I first got involved with education about 6 years ago. And it became clear to me when I got involved here in the UK that were lots of things that I know as a psychologist, and particularly to do with well-being, that would be really useful for educational leaders and teachers to know too. So that's how come I come to be here presenting to you today.
That's great, Kate. I'm sure you have lots of things to share with us, and especially with your different background, right? Even though you're not an educator, you have so many things that are important for us as teachers or for school leaders. And the topic that is really in the moment now, which is well-being, emotional well-being, right? So I'll let you have it, and I'll be back soon, okay? Have a great talk.
Thank you very much. Great. So first things first, everybody. My email address is here, kate@compassionatecambridge.co.uk. And it really is there for a reason. I'm always very, very pleased to hear from educators. So don't hesitate to contact me. If you've got any questions that come to your mind after my presentation, maybe later on tonight, tomorrow, during the following week, don't hesitate to pop me an email and I will be really, really glad to respond to you. So I'm Kate. I'm from Cambridge. So it's 8 o'clock in the evening here. I've literally just had my my dinner with my children, and of course it's summertime too. So I gather it's very cold in Brazil at the moment, whereas actually it's really warm here in the UK. It's a delight to be able to speak to you today, particularly on this topic, because I think the well-being of educational leaders is really fundamental to the success of every educational organization. And it's not something that I think we hear a lot about. I think we hear quite a lot about student well-being, and we hear a reasonable amount about teacher well-being, although I still think we could do with more. But we don't hear a lot about well-being for leaders. And the reason why I think it's so important to consider this topic is that you, as educational leaders and managers, you hold your organization in your hands, quite literally, really, and especially from an emotional perspective. And so if you're not feeling that great, if your well-being is suffering, that can mean that you're not able to function so well in your role. When things are difficult, when times are tough, everybody in your organization turns to you as a leader and as their manager. And it's hard to do that if you're in a tough place, if you're in a hard place. So the workshop we've got today is going to be about learning the skills of self-compassion, because I'm all about compassion and I use compassion a lot in my work. I'll explain a bit more about why that's important later on. But first, I've got a bit of a task for you, actually. I'd like to make this workshop as interactive as we can. I think interactive sessions are, well, really they're more fun and they're more memorable too. So I've got a couple of polls here that I'd like you to have a go at. They're on menti.com. So all you need to do is go to www.menti.com. I'm putting that code 18021709 and you'll find these questions. So the first question is, over the past 7 days, please pause, stop and reflect and just rate your emotional well-being for me. And if you're not able to do this on Menti, maybe you could do this just in front of you, literally with a notepad and a pen. So rate your emotional well-being out of 10. And the second question is, which is the most difficult emotion you experience in your work role? And the reason I want to know that from everyone that's listening today is I'm going to choose the emotion that people vote as being the most difficult for them. I'm going to choose that one to work with in a meditation later on down the line. Okay, so those are my polls. Let's just move to the next slide. So please get going on those polls while I'm introducing the content of the workshop to you today. We're going to start with what makes a compassionate mind. So as I said to you, compassion is the cornerstone, the foundation of everything I do. And that includes my own clinical practice. That's my kind of day job, as it were. And also everything I do with teachers and educational organizations. And that's simply because I believe that the world would be a better place if we just had a little bit more compassion. Now, there are 3 flows to compassion. There's compassion that we give outwards to other people. There's compassion that we receive back from others. But there's also a really important flow, which is compassion to ourselves. And I call that self-compassion. Today I'm going to start to help you develop and build that self-compassion. So the first thing we need to understand is, what are the mindset, the key beliefs underlying a compassionate mind? So I'm going to talk to you about life experiences and how they shape and mold us, often in ways we can't predict or control. I'm also going to talk to you about the tricky brain and why actually, our brains are quite difficult to manage in the 21st century. No one sat down and wrote the blueprint for the perfect brain for us living in the 21st century. That's not how it happened. Our brains have evolved over millions of years. And that makes them a little bit tricky to manage. So I'll talk to you about that. I'm also going to talk to you about the emotional systems of the mind and introduce you to a model that I call the 3 circles model, which will help you hopefully from today to be able to recognize which emotional system you're in. And if you're feeling unbalanced, if your mind is unbalanced, which is the way I describe it, if you're suffering from maybe stress or depression, you're not feeling great, I call that an unbalanced mind. And I'm going to talk to you about a little bit about how to rebalance that mind with the 3 circles in mind. I'm going to ask you to be vulnerable today, to dare to be vulnerable. I've borrowed that phrase from the great Canadian presenter and researcher Brené Brown. She's written a whole book about daring to be vulnerable. And I want you to use this workshop as an opportunity to stop and reflect on the emotional work of leading. Again, it's not something that is talked about very much. And I feel that sometimes leaders feel that they need to be seen as strong and like really competent and capable in front of people. But I also think it's really important to understand your own emotions, to accept your own emotions, and and to learn how to balance your mind. And so we're going to do that to finish in this workshop with an exercise which is all about learning how to accept and even welcome your emotions. Often we try to push away our emotions, almost like they're a nuisance. We push them away, we resist them. Maybe we try and actually even avoid emotions or situations that trigger emotions. And the last exercise we're going to do today is a meditation all about how if we open up and lean into emotion and we learn to accept it and welcome it, it can liberate us and really allow us to flourish in our leadership role. Okay, so I'm now just going to switch screen and just see whether Menti has managed to head up the results of those polls. Let me just have a look and see whether it's processing. Wow, fantastic. Thank you so much for taking part in that. So hopefully you can see this on your screen in front of you. Let me just check that's going through on StreamYard. Hang on a minute. There we go. Fantastic. So over the past 7 days, how has everyone been feeling? And this is kind of fairly typical for what I see when I talk to big groups of people, this kind of shape of graph. So we've got a few people that unfortunately have been, a little stressed out, not feeling great. We've got most people are actually feeling in the middle between 4 and 7, which is very, very typical. And a few people have really been flourishing this week. So that's great. That's really useful for me to know. Thank you for taking time to fill that in. Okay. So now I'm just going to move back to my PowerPoint. Here we go. So I talked to you about cultivating, developing a compassionate mind. And what I've done here is I've pulled out what I think are the sort of key beliefs that help you to develop self-compassion. So compassion towards yourself. We start off with the first one. We are shaped by life's experiences. There's no getting away from that. And in actual fact, a lot of those experiences, when we really stop and reflect, we don't have any choice or control over. The second really key belief in building self-compassion is this whole idea that our brains are not designed for the 21st century. They really aren't designed for this. And so they're difficult to manage. And I'm not going to say too much more about that because I've got a whole slide about that in a moment. Emotions are powerful. And it's very human to feel emotions. I think sometimes as humans, we live in the era of science and technology, and that's amazing. And that's how I'm able to sit here in my house in the UK, just outside Cambridge, and talk to you all in Brazil. And this is incredible. But I think along with that scientific revolution, there's been kind of some idea that we don't need emotions. And also an idea that when we make decisions, the best decisions are made on purely logical and kind of rational basis. What's really interesting, though, is actually if you have damage to the center of the brain that's responsible for emotions, you can't make any decisions at all. And what that tells us is that emotions are actually hugely involved in our decision-making processes, whether we're aware of it or not. So emotions are powerful. And the second way in which they're powerful also is that they're not just in the mind. Emotions and feelings are whole body experiences. And you just think back to the last time that you were anxious about something, and think about kind of what was going on in your mind, what you were kind of thinking, all of the thoughts flying around, but also what was happening in your body. When we get anxious, our heart rate goes up. we start to sweat more. If we're really anxious, we might start to shake slightly. We might flush in the face. So emotions are not just in the mind, they're powerful, they're whole body experiences. Another really key belief in developing compassion is that we're human, we are not perfect. I have yet to meet a perfect human being. And actually, do you know what? I actually like the flaws in people more than their perfections, because that's what makes us interesting. We're human, we're not perfect. We make mistakes, and that's okay. The important thing is that we make an effort to learn from those mistakes. And finally, to kind of wrap that all up, it's not our fault that we feel in the way we feel at any given moment, because our emotions and our feelings are not under our control. The way we feel in the moment isn't under our control. The way that we choose to respond to those emotions, that's slightly different. That is something that we can hopefully make wise choices about. But we feel the way we feel in the moment, and that's kind of not our fault. That's just how we feel. But although it's kind of not our fault we feel this way, it is our responsibility to look after ourselves. So even though the way that you're feeling might be due to lots of external situations, obviously the obvious one is the pandemic, isn't it? Which has been very, very stressful and very, very difficult for most of us. Even though we're in this challenging time, it's still our responsibility to take the steps that we can to look after ourselves. So I was going to use the chat box a bit here just to get you all involved in my workshop presentation. As I'm talking through this slide, I would really love you to put in the chat box and share with us, share with the group, what has influenced your life. So this slide is all about how we are shaped and molded by life in different ways. Just be aware, obviously you're sharing this with everybody, so don't share anything that's going to be too uncomfortable or too sensitive. But if you could be brave enough just to put the kind of main things, if you look back on your whole life, just do a sort of quick list of what has had the most influence over you, and then I'll have a look at it in a moment. So while you're doing that, I'm just going to talk about things that shape us, and I've split them into two categories: early experiences and later experiences. And the reason I've divided them that way is that for sure, any early experiences we have really do shape and mold the way we are, and particularly they shape and they mold the way we feel in different situations. And there's lots of psychological research demonstrating that. I haven't got time to go into all of it today, but for example, parenting. So you may have learnt in your training as a teacher and a leader about attachment theory, which is all about the quality of relationship between parent and child. And we know that that has huge effects on that child later on. It really affects their personality type, their confidence, also affects their relationships as adults. The culture that we're born into also hugely affects what we believe. You know, there's beliefs differ across cultures, and also the way that we behave. And as I was preparing for this workshop, I was thinking about the difference between American people and British people, because I went on holiday before the pandemic. I went on holiday to Florida, and I didn't really expect the culture to be that different. And actually, I was really taken aback by the difference between the British culture and the American culture. And a good example of that is if you go to a British restaurant and you're a British person and they bring you a dish of food that's maybe slightly burnt or just doesn't look very appetizing, the British people will probably just accept that and actually just eat it and not say anything. Whereas in America, there is no way the American people would do that. They would definitely send that bit of food back and ask for a replacement meal or a refund. And so, you know, culture shapes the way we feel and shapes the way we act. Schooling does too. We know that IQ, there's about 50% of IQ that we think is influenced by genetics, but the other 50% is down to what experiences that young child has, and school comes into that in a major way. And gender, again, influences us hugely. And the point I want to make about all of that is that we had no choice whatsoever over those things. We did not choose to be born, let alone the family we were born into or the way we were parented. We didn't choose the culture we were born into. We probably didn't choose the school we went to. We certainly didn't choose the gender we were born into. And yet they all heavily influence us. And so that's really important to remember. We didn't choose all of these things. And then later experiences too can really shape us. So relationships, career, society, world events. And of course, again, I was thinking about the pandemic and how that's shaped and molded me. It certainly made me a lot more confident about doing presentations like this. Before the pandemic, I was really, really nervous about presenting online. And now I'm really quite comfortable with it because I've had those experiences. Personal events later on in life can also have a big effect on us, particularly if they're traumatic. So I'm thinking about losing someone very close to us, or illness, or some kind of, natural disaster or accident that we're involved in. Those can be quite traumatic, and actually they can make us much more responsive to stress. And we're much more likely to be triggered by external events into a stress state if we've undergone trauma. And again, we don't choose these things. That's the really kind of key point I want to make there. So I'm just going to come back from my PowerPoint and just have a look at the chat here as to what people have put down. Fantastic. Oh, I love that, Elvis. So your English teacher influenced you and you ended up becoming one. That's brilliant. What a lovely, lovely example. Who else have we got here? The nature around you, Sonia. That's also amazing. And just a little note there, nature is incredibly good for well-being. We don't know why, but taking a walk through countryside or through trees is really, really supportive for well-being. What else have we got here? Parenting, teaching, unfortunately losing your loved ones, Lydia, absolutely. Yeah, so lots of things here, Family, culture, friends, really, really important. The teenage years are incredibly influential on our personality type and who we become as an adult. And actually that's one of the major tasks of the teenage years, of adolescence, is for teenagers to separate from their family of origin and enter into a peer group, or maybe even several different peer groups, and start to develop their own identity. So that's a really important one. Thank you for sharing all of those. So, okay, so we are shaped by life, often in ways we don't choose. We also have tricky brains. And I'm just going to go into a little bit of sort of brain structure and neuroscience. I'm not going to make this too complicated, so don't panic. But essentially, what we need to hold on to here, as I said, no one designed our brains for us. Our brains have evolved over millions of years. And although the way that we live has changed hugely over the past, even like 100 years, certainly if you go 200 years back, the way that we live our lives today is tremendously different. The structure of our brain hasn't really changed that much at all in that length of time. Evolution is a very slow process. So we're still walking around with these brains that weren't designed for 21st century living. Let me just explain to you a little bit more about what I mean by that. So at the base of the brain here, we've got the reptilian brain. So that's where our instincts and our reflexes come from, and where all the autonomic functions in our body happen. So breathing, heart rate, all that sort of thing. We move up a layer and we have the limbic system of the brain. And this is where our emotional center, the amygdala, is situated. And this evolved with mammalian species. And of course, the big difference between mammalian species and reptiles is that mammalian species, mammals, care for their young. So they use the emotions, some of the emotions that come from this limbic system, the amygdala, to help them care for their young, which is very different to reptiles who lay their young in eggs and then they just walk away and abandon them, and the young have to survive on their own. And then we move up a layer to the neocortex, which is this sort of curly, wiggly bit here. This is where all our complex cognitive operations happen. This is an amazing place. This is where we have imagination, creativity, language, memory, planning, organization. All of those really sophisticated cognitive skills that we have got so good at as human beings. You know, we're amazing. Look at the things that we've achieved. They have all arisen from this neocortex, literally new cortex. And we as a species have the biggest neocortex of all. There's a slight side effect though. The neocortex is wonderful. It's what's allowed us to design the technology, which means that I can sit here just north of Cambridge, 8 o'clock in the evening, and talk to you guys all the way over in Brazil. It's fantastic. It's amazing. But it's given us thought, language and thought. And the side effect of this is that we can just think about something that's scary or that might be scary or dangerous, and that will trigger the stress hormones from the limbic system. We can literally think ourselves into stress, and we regularly do that about worrying about things in the future, or maybe contemplating things that have already happened in the past. And as far as we know, we're the only species that can do this. And so on my next slide, I've kind of tried to illustrate this with a picture of an educational leader here who is taking her dog, her pet dog, for a walk. Now, this educational leader, she hasn't had a very good day today. She's had a meeting with her team, and she had to tell them about a change in curriculum, and it didn't go very well. They're not keen on these new ideas she was presenting to them. And so she's out on an evening walk, and lots of thoughts in language, lots of thoughts are going around her mind, and she's thinking, that meeting went really badly. People don't like me. I'm such a useless leader. These are the sorts of things that are going around her mind. Those thoughts are triggering the emotional centers in her brain, and she is feeling quite stressed out. She's feeling quite anxious. And with people don't like me, she may even be feeling a little bit excluded and a little sense of shame. So she's on her walk, but she's thinking about things that are difficult, and hence she's become stressed. And that stress is not just in the mind. Remember, this stress is all the way through the body. Her levels of cortisol and adrenaline, which are our stress hormones, will be raised right now. If we compare her to the pet dog, the dog is literally just enjoying its walk. It's sitting there enjoying the view. The dog is not thinking about the meeting that it had earlier in the day. The dog is not thinking about whether it's a good dog, whether it's any good at its job. And it's certainly not worrying about what's going to happen tomorrow. It's not even worrying about what's going to happen in another couple of minutes, really. It's in the moment. And this, we think, is the big difference between humans and other species. We have these amazing brains. We have that fantastic neocortex, but it means we can think ourselves into stress. Okay, I'm now going to introduce you to the model of the mind that I work with really frequently, in fact, every day. And I work with this with individual clients, but I also work with it when I'm looking at organizational cultures, because it's such, it has such great applicability for different concepts. These are the emotional systems in your brain. We've got two positive systems up here, the drive system and the soothing system, so the blue circle and the green circle. And then down here we have the threat system, the red circle. Let's talk about threat first. We don't like being in threat. This is where we get anxiety, anger, and disgust coming from. And as I said on the previous slide, that the hormones that underlie these stressful feelings, these feelings of being stressed out, burnt out, are adrenaline and cortisol. The threat system is all about keeping us safe, though. And it's really important. If we didn't have a threat system, we'd take too many risks and we'd probably endanger our lives. So we need it to survive, but it is awfully, awfully sensitive. And sometimes I describe it as like a smoke detector in your house. It goes off even when you're burning toast. That's what our threat system is like. It's evolved to be quite sensitive to anything that we perceive as dangerous. And dangerous can be real external threats like fires, like fast cars on the road and not getting squashed by a car. It can also be imagined threats. So it can be what we imagine people are thinking about us, just like our educational leader on the previous slide. It can be imagining what might go wrong. It can be imagining teaching a class that's challenging and worrying about what might go wrong in that class. That can also trigger the threat system. Let's move up to the drive system. That's the blue circle. The drive system is quite different. We like to be in drive. Drive feels really good. Drive is all about wanting, pursuing, achieving, progressing, focusing, and working hard towards our goals in life. It's a very energetic system. It's very kind of high on energy consumption, but it's what makes us get up and go in the morning. That's our drive system. And the feelings that we get with it are kind of like an excitement. Sometimes people describe a kind of buzziness, and you get a buzz. So maybe you pass an exam or you go to an interview and you get a new job. That real feeling of excitement, that comes from dopamine, our reward hormone, and the drive system. The drive system's great, but there's one problem with it. And that's that people can get stuck in the drive system and base their entire well-being in drive. And that doesn't work very well because the feelings the drive system generates are normally relatively short term. But the drive system is crafty. It makes you think that if you work hard enough and achieve all of your goals, you're going to be happy forever. And that feeling is going to last forever. But the reality is, when I ask people, and I typically am asking people this nearly every day when I'm working in my clinic, the feeling lasts for a few hours, maybe a day if you're lucky. And then you kind of come back to your resting point. So we don't want to base our well-being entirely in drive because it consumes too much energy and the feeling doesn't last for long enough. So let's hop across to soothing, which is our other positive emotional system. And soothing is all about feeling contented, feeling safe, a sense of belonging, having trust in the people around you, and feeling cared for. So it's very relationship based, both relationships with friends and family, but also relationships at work too. And the soothing system is a lovely place to be, but it's a lot calmer and more content than the drive system. And when I talk to people about this system, they quite often describe a warm feeling, like that feeling you get when you're with your best friend or when you're with your close partner. You can feel kind of warm, and that comes from the hormone oxytocin, which we quite often call the cuddle hormone, because it's the hormones that's released when a good friend gives you a really big hug. This system is much better at ensuring that we have well-being in the longer term, because these feelings can last. That sense of belonging can last. It's not something that fades and goes away. And so I always say to people, to have good well-being, you need all of these systems, but you want to have them roughly the same size. However, when I first meet people, that's typically not the state they're in. So what I'd like you to do now is to put in the chat box, which is your largest circle? Which system do you spend the most time in? Is it drive? Is it soothing? Or is it threat? And I'm just going to hop back and see what you're writing in the chat. So it just takes a little minute to come through. Okay, drive system. Thank you, Vanessa. Sadly, the third one, drive. Yeah. I'm just going to wait. I'm very interested to see. I did another presentation a few weeks ago with educational leaders, and it was really interesting. Good, threat and drive. Thank you very much for mentioning that. You can be in more than one system at once. And I quite often describe it like you've got one foot in drive and one foot in threat. Drive. To tell you the truth. Thank you, Gladys, to tell you the truth, the threat system. Thank you for being brave enough to write that down. Drive, threat, and drive. Okay. So what I would say, this is very typical for what I see when I work, particularly when I'm presenting to leaders. A lot of leaders are in the drive system. And that's okay. And that's what has led you, I think, to become where you are in your organization. You're ambitious, you're goal-driven, and we need leaders. We absolutely need you in education. But I just want to encourage you to make sure that you're also spending some time in soothing, and that you're not sacrificing your relationships entirely for the drive system. Well-being is a balanced mind, and so I'd just like you to have that at the back of your mind. Okay, so I'm just going to move on. So the emotional work of leading, as I said at the beginning, I think this is kind of just not talked about. I just don't think we talk about this. And yet I think there's a lot of emotional labor, emotional work involved in leading, and that can take its toll if we're not careful. So I am going to have a look now at your answers to the second poll question, which is about what kinds of emotions you find most difficult at work. So let me just go to Mentimeter and see what we find. Okay. Can we see that? Yeah, fantastic. So I just need to hop back and change the question. There we go. Which is the most difficult emotion you experience in your work role? Oh, no, that's really interesting, because that's a slightly different result to the last workshop I ran. So over in Brazil, you're experiencing the top one there is frustration, anger, or irritation. I find that with leaders, and I think that's the one that we will pick to work with today. But also you're experiencing quite a lot of anxiety, worry, or panic, which is very kind of threat system based. And there is quite a lot of you experiencing kind of sadness and hopelessness and demotivation. Okay, let me just go back to my PowerPoint and just help you understand a little bit about what's going on when you're experiencing those emotions. And then I do want to make time at the end for this meditation that's going to actually help you manage those emotions. So just skip slides now. So back to the 3 circles. People who are feeling anxious or worried or kind of panicked most of the time, that's happening down here in your threat system. And it means that things have been really challenging and that your threat system is very easily triggered at the moment. That's the basis of that. The other end, the hopelessness and the sadness and the demotivation, that's probably what we commonly know as burnout. And I'm not surprised when you think about the stresses and strains that you guys have had to face over the pandemic. What's happened is you've been consuming a lot of energy. You've probably been moving between threat and drive the whole time, firefighting, solving everybody's problems, making sure that you can keep your educational organizations going in this time of incredible challenge. And this has been going on for a long time now. And we find that we start to burn out, and that's where the sadness comes from. And actually what happens is your drive system kind of drops out. You find that you lose motivation, and that's like a protective mechanism of your mind and your body. It's a warning to say you can't keep using this amount of energy because I haven't got anything left to give. And so I want to encourage you people, the people that are feeling sad and hopeless and demotivated, to spend some time in green. Spend some time connecting with people who you find safe and who you trust and who will care for you. Because this green is the place where we recharge and we recover from burnout. But for the purposes of the meditation, I'm going to work with the people who are feeling frustrated and kind of angry and irritated, that kind of group in the middle of the poll. And what's happening here is things are getting in the way of your drive system. They are blocking your drive system. And that's what's leading to this frustration. And I commonly find this, I have to say, in educational leaders. You're very, very driven people. We saw that in the chat box, didn't we? We kind of saw that you're very much in your drive system. That's what I expect from leaders. And when things get in the way of that, that can be really frustrating. And the example I use when I'm talking to my clients about this is road rage. If you've ever been driving along and you've got your destination in mind, and maybe you're late or you're really keen to get there, and then someone cuts in front of you, cuts you off in the car, you immediately have this almost like explosive reaction of being really irritated and frustrated, and you might bang on the horn, you might shake your fist at them. That's a really good example of a blocked drive system getting frustrated. So I want to be able to help you with this. And in fact, I want you to help you the meditation we're going to do in this approach I'm going to introduce you to, you can use with any emotion and any feeling that you are experiencing. Normally with emotions, we get into the habit of resisting them, avoiding them, pushing them away, numbing them. Maybe we criticize ourselves for even having the emotions in the first place, despite the fact we're human and emotions are like a big part of being human. And we get stuck in those patterns. Actually, if we can pause, recognize the emotion that we are feeling, label it, accept it, know it's okay to feel because we're human. It's vital to feel. It's a key part of our psychology. Emotions are so important. So if we can accept them and even maybe welcome them, our life becomes easier. And so we have a phrase in therapy, in the therapeutic world, what we resist persists. So just for the next, I would say maybe 5 minutes, I'm going to do with you a meditation, which is called Welcome to the Party, which is designed to help you start to open up to some of these really challenging, difficult emotions, recognize them, open up to them, accept them, and even maybe learn to welcome them. And I just want you, as I talk you through this exercise, I just want you to be curious about what happens. There's never any right or wrong when we're doing meditations, when we're doing exercises, and in this kind of workshop, there's no right or wrong. Just want you to be curious about how this goes for you. So if it's safe to do so, I'd like you to sit in a chair. I'd like you to think about your body position as we start this meditation. So particularly thinking about your kind of shoulders, making sure that they're nice and soft, and opening your chest area. Just loosely placing your hands either on the desk in front of you or in your lap, whatever feels comfortable. If it's safe to do so, closing your eyes. If not, it's fine to keep them open and just rest your gaze softly in front of you, and listen to my voice, and I'm going to guide you through this meditation. So what I would like you to do is, in your mind's eye, in your imagination, remember the last situation where you felt quite angry and frustrated. And I really want you to picture that. I want you to remember what time of day it was, where you were, what was going on, who else was there? Were you on your own, or were there other people around you? And then really remember and picture in your mind's eye how you were feeling, what was going on, how you were feeling. And allow yourself to start to experience some of those difficult emotions, some of that anger, some of that frustration again. We're safe here. It's safe to experience this emotion. And I want you to identify where you feel this emotion physically in your body. There's always a physical signature for every emotion. So let's do a quick scan from the top of your head all the way down your body to the tip of your toes. So starting at the top of your head and just noticing maybe your scalp, noticing your forehead. Sometimes when we're angry, the forehead can be creased up and tense and tight. Noticing your facial expression, how you hold your jaw when you're experiencing this emotion. Again, if we're angry, quite often we clench our jaw, we hold it quite tightly. Going down into the neck area and the shoulder area. And again, just being curious, noticing how frustration feels here. How does irritation feel here in the body? Moving down through the arms and to the hands. Again, just noticing any effects on the body. And then down through your core, through your chest, through your abdomen. I can already feel in my own body how I'm clenching my abdomen, how my shoulders have risen. Even my legs feel tight, so feeling into your legs, your upper legs, your knees, your lower legs, your feet. And then I'd like you to, in your mind, label this emotion. So just say to yourself, this is frustration. This is irritation. This is anger. Just say that to yourself. And then I also want you to say, it's okay to feel frustrated. It's okay to get irritated or to feel angry. Emotions are part of the human condition. It's part of being human. It's okay to feel this way. And then I want you to find the part of your body where you feel this anger, this frustration, this irritation the most. So for me, I can feel it in my neck and my shoulders. I feel a real tension in my neck and my shoulders. For you, it might be somewhere different. It might be the forehead, the jaw, the abdomen, maybe even the legs. Focus on that area. And then I want you to welcome this feeling. So say in your mind, welcome frustration, welcome irritation, welcome anger, because everything is welcome today. And as you're welcoming the emotion in your mind, just see whether you can open and soften your body around that emotion. You're welcoming it. If it helps, you can have a slight smile, just like you would smile if you were welcoming an old friend that you hadn't seen in a long time. So slightly smiling, welcoming the emotion, and then allowing the body just to open to the emotion, to drop that resistance, to drop that tension, to soften around that emotion. Maybe take some deep breaths. And again, you can imagine you're breathing into that part of the body that's holding the tension. And then breathing slowly out. Okay. And so now we're going to bring this exercise to a close by reorientating ourselves to the present moment. To do that, I'd like you to think of your feet and to really notice the contact that your feet have with the ground, to notice how solid and firm the ground is under your feet, and know that the ground is always there, solid and supportive. And opening your eyes and coming back into the session. Okay, so that was just a little taster as to how, if we can learn how to welcome and accept our emotions, it can actually start to liberate them. And so I'd be really curious, actually, if you could put up in the chat kind of what you discovered in that exercise. How did it feel to welcome your emotions? How easy was it to open your body? Just be curious about it. And again, there's no right or wrong. This works very well for some people, for other people. It might not work so well, but that's okay too. Thank you, Renata. I'm really glad that you enjoyed it. Really good. And if this is something that really worked well for you, then do a little research. There's lots of these kinds of exercises available for free on the internet. I also highly recommend that you develop a meditation practice if you can, because there's lots more. I learned this exercise through my own meditation practice, and my mind was blown, completely blown. I'd spent the first 40 years of my life pushing away my emotions. And actually, all I need to do to be able to just feel a bit more at ease with life was to learn to lean in and open them. And so you can discover more things like this too. Start a meditation practice. There's lots of meditation apps around. I use Headspace, I use Calm. I like 10% too, which is an American app. 10 minutes a day, 10 minutes a day can make a massive difference to your life. Fantastic. Somebody, Sylvania, felt relaxed and calm. Amazing. Really good. I'm really glad that you enjoyed it. And so now I think if you've got any questions for me right now, I'm hoping we've still got some time to do a little bit of Q&A. Rebecca, have we still got a bit of time?
We do, Kate. First off, thank you so much. I could see myself in many of the things you were talking. So thank you so much for bringing this topic and this subject in such a human approach. And we don't even imagine the possibilities from the moment we accept our feelings and deal with them inside, right? So thank you so much for that. I loved the meditation. I'm going to include it in my routine. And,
fantastic.
I've been working a lot on breathing, breathing slowly, because I'm a very agitated person. Sometimes I need to settle down and feel things. So thank you so much for that. And we do have some very interesting questions. So let's start. The first one is by Maria Cecilia de Souza from São Paulo. She says, how can we control our anxiety feelings during these uncertain times due to the pandemic to avoid passing it to our students?
That's a great question, isn't it? And so very, very relevant right now. I think there are two things I'd like to say. The first thing is that I find a lot of people's problems with emotions and kind of feeling emotionally unbalanced is that we haven't taken that first step of accepting we're human and that emotions are normal and natural. And so as teachers, as people who work in education, you have a great opportunity there to let your students know it's okay to feel anxious. And that's, I really would encourage you to be brave and dare to be vulnerable a little bit with your students, even if you can admit that actually you're finding it quite tough. And at times you get quite anxious about the world and what's happening. That's helpful because it's something that parents are not great at doing. Parents, because they get so upset about the emotions their young people are feeling, quite often just want to fix things. But not everything in life can be fixed. And the pandemic is the ultimate example of that. It can't be fixed. We can't pretend it's not there. It's happening. It's challenging. It's difficult. So don't be afraid to sort of tell your students it's okay to feel a little bit anxious. If, however, they're getting overwhelmed by their anxiety, a really good way to go at the moment is, I think, mindfulness. And mindfulness is all about being present in the moment. So if we're honest, we don't quite know how things are going to go. Certainly in the UK, we've just had another big wave of COVID. It looks like it's leveling off. We don't know whether it will. We don't know whether we're heading back into another lockdown. We don't know. Nobody knows. And so that's tough to deal with. Our minds don't like that. Human minds are not very good at dealing with uncertainty. However, if you can focus on the moment, at the moment, I'm safe. I'm in my office. I'm having a lovely time talking to teachers in Brazil. I have my water beside me if I'm thirsty. I'm lovely and warm because it's summertime here. My family, thankfully, are very safe at the moment. None of us have been ill, so we've been very, very fortunate. And if I can enjoy this moment, then that can lift some of the stress for me. So a good practice is kind of mindfulness and savoring. So you might be having a really tough day, but maybe you can savor the feel of the sunshine on your face. Or maybe you can savor the big mug of coffee that you have in front of you and really spend 2-3 minutes enjoying it rather than letting the mind gallop away into what you're supposed to be doing next and what's on tomorrow and whether you've packed because you're going away at the weekend or whatever it might be. Pulling yourself back and savoring whatever experiences you're having now, particularly obviously if they're positive experiences, that can really help.
That's great. We love to be in control, right? So when we are surprised by things, that was my main lesson last year. Okay, I'm not in control of anything, so let's enjoy the moment.
Rebecca, that's so funny that you said that. One of my favorite posters that I once came across in a waiting room, it had a Buddhist monk sitting there in front of a mountain or something. You get the picture. And it said, relax, nothing is under control.
That's a good one.
I thought that was brilliant. Yeah. And quite true.
It's true. Yeah.
It's a lot of truth. Yeah.
Exactly. Okay. Next question. Adele Hanashi says, how to integrate emotional intelligence in the teaching learning process.
Oh, goodness. Adele, I need at least another 2 hours for that question. But let me start off. I suppose one of the key things that I talk to teachers about, and there are presentations you can look on my website, actually, compassionatecambridge.co.uk, and there's recordings of other presentations I've done for the Cambridge University Press and Better Learning on the teacher-student relationship. And what I would like you to take away and think about is how important the teacher-student relationship is in teaching and learning, and about helping your students to feel safe in the classroom so that they're in the green system and not the red threat system is going to enable them to engage with whatever is going on in your classroom. And you do that, I think, and I've just seen some teachers are absolutely amazing at this, about creating a really strong relationship with your students, about being responsive to them. Doesn't mean that you have to be your students' friends. Of course, that's probably not appropriate in most contexts, but you can be a supportive teacher, a responsive teacher. You can help make them feel safe. And one way of making them feel safe is to actually have really good boundaries, to have rules about how you run your classroom, and have expectations for behavior. So it's not true. It's another thing I'm quite keen to dispel, is that to be like a supportive, warm teacher, you have to let your students get away with anything in the classroom. No, that's not true. We like rules and expectations, and that actually helps young people to feel safe. So that's what I would encourage you to think about. Think about the relationship that you have with your students. And there's lots written on that. There's lots of books around that. And again, I have a webinar on that if you want to look it up on my website.
That's amazing. I think also we can share with them what we're feeling, right? So sometimes with my students, I say, I'm feeling disrespected. And then they settle down. I don't have to give a big speech or anything, and say, listen, what you guys are doing, I'm feeling disrespected. So
what you're doing there, Rebecca, is you're training empathy. Brilliant. I mean, that's absolutely brilliant. And again, maybe some teachers feel a bit worried about sharing that, but that is part of teaching. If you can be brave enough to do that, that's fantastic.
That's true. Gabriela Salazar asks, how can we support students or families who can't overcome from a loss because of COVID?
It's so sad, and I think it can be overwhelming. Boundaries. I talked about, just in the previous question, about boundaries and how about having rules and expectations and things in the classroom is important. We also need to know our own boundaries. And you need to work out how much support you can offer a student or a family, given your context, given the resources you have available, and being very well aware that as a teacher, there may be only something small that you can do for this family. But that's okay, because if we don't have these boundaries around our professional role, then that is a sure way to kind of burn out. So I've actually been saying to teachers, this is not something that you can fix for anybody. Grief is a process, and it's a process people go through. There are many different emotions, difficult emotions. We get sadness, but we also get anger when we're grieving, and we can get anxiety with the uncertainty of the loss. All of that comes into grieving. It's a process, and if you can walk beside that person through the process, that's great. And I guess for you as teachers, probably that is literally being in the classroom or being the other side of an interactive screen with the student and very gently helping them make progress with their learning. That's your role, that's your job. And if you step outside that, be very, very careful that you're not endangering your own well-being to do that. So you're not working lots of extra hours and worrying about students outside of time. I had to learn this. I'm a therapist. Obviously, I deal with people who are going through very, very challenging emotions. I can't go home in the evening and take those clients and those people like with me, because otherwise I wouldn't be able to cope. It would be too overwhelming. I have boundaries. I leave my clients in my workplace, as it were, and I try and leave those emotions and those feelings in my workplace. And I come home and I'm Kate, and I'm with my family, and I'm with my own dog, and I look after myself. And so I think for teachers, that's the key message. I know all teachers, I regard teachers as like caring professionals, because you're also caring and you want to give so much. But this is a time to know the limits of what you can give, know the limits of your support, and also to look after yourselves.
Yeah, that's a difficult one, because we get so involved in our students' lives. We want to help everybody, but we can't help if we don't help ourselves first, right?
I see. That's right. Exactly. Yeah.
So we have another question. We have a question by Jacqueline Lindstrom from Curitiba. She says, how can we deal with the imposter syndrome? Oh my, I think I wrote this question. That eventually haunts us as professionals while dealing with this new teaching paradigm. I can't believe how many times last year I said, oh, I'm a terrible teacher, I don't know how to teach.
Oh goodness, imposter syndrome. I mean, I suppose it does. I don't know whether it helps people if people know that I deal with some very, very high flying individuals, people who have achieved tremendous things. I live in Cambridge. I work with professors. I work with CEOs. People who've made millions and are part of the Cambridge University and things. And you know what? Quite a lot of them suffer from imposter syndrome too. So you're not on your own. Be kind to yourself. It's all new. Be wary of the self-criticism. So what happens in imposter syndrome is there's two things. You become very aware of all the things you can't do, and you forget all the things you can do, because actually you can still teach. You are a teacher, you're a trained teacher, you can still teach. It's just that we're having to learn to do that in a different way. And it's easy to forget all of our experience and our knowledge when we're focusing on this new way of doing things. Be kind to yourself. Watch the self-criticism. That's another thing that I really focus on in my work is self-criticism. So thoughts about, being useless, being a fraud, nobody liking you. All of that is what we call self-criticism. And again, I say, oh, I wish I had more time. It's kind of another talk, really. But if you know your critic, if you know your internal voice quite well, try giving it a name. And I know that sounds really crazy. That sounds like a bit bonkers. We're in bonkers territory here, but I promise you it's not. If you have an internal dialogue that runs quite a long time telling you that you're not a good enough teacher, that you really shouldn't be doing this job, all the rest of it, give it a name. If you can, give it a character, maybe even do a bit of a drawing, because what we're doing is we're externalizing that critic, that self-critic. What I want you to do is, in your mind, every time you feel yourself running that program, to think of that image and just say, hey, I'm not going to listen to you today, actually. And then say to yourself, this is new, this is difficult, but I'm learning. If I make mistakes, that's okay. And that's exactly what I had to do tonight, because I've never used StreamYard before, and I'd practiced, but I thought I'm going to mess up with switching between all of my different slides and talking to Rebecca and kind of how is this all going to go. And I just said to myself, you know what, if I mess up, it doesn't matter, because I know my audience will be kind. They'll understand this is new. I haven't done this very many times before. I'd like you to take that and direct some of that compassion that the advice you would give to anybody else, give it to yourself. Give it to yourself and give your self-critic a name. And it sounds bonkers, but it's incredibly powerful. I do it with all my clients. And again, it's another thing that can be life-changing.
Well, you did it brilliantly. You were a StreamYard expert today.
Thank you, Rebecca.
Kate, before I let you go, since you've talked about self-compassion and we're celebrating 20 years of Cambridge Days event, what message would you leave us teachers and school leaders to maintain our well-being in the future?
Look after yourselves first. Prioritize your own well-being. It might feel selfish. It's not. It's absolutely what you have to do, because all of your students and your colleagues are kind of relying on you. So prioritize your own well-being, balance your mind. Don't forget about the green system. The green system's really important, but put yourself first. And in that way, you can stay the best version of yourself. You can stay healthy, you can thrive, and then you can use that positive energy to support everybody else around you and to be a fantastic teacher, either online or in the classroom.
That was amazing. Thank you so much, Kate, for sharing this. It's been really inspiring and compassionate, and I hope we can all treat ourselves the way you've treated us today. So thank you again.
Thank you. It's my pleasure.
Well, yesterday we launched the Game Changer series made with Brazilians and for Brazilian secondary students, which was already fantastic. Today, we bring you some of the features for teachers from this coursebook, which makes it even more spectacular.
In Game Changer, one important feature is the digital tools. These digital tools are available for both teachers and students.
Essa diversidade grande de componentes digitais para o Game Changer, tudo isso vem para atender uma demanda muito realista dos professores e uma preocupação bem genuína em relação ao uso desse material e a qualidade dessas aulas.
With Test Generator, teachers will be able to download ready-made tests or customize those according to what they need in the classroom.
Assim como o Digital Collaboration Plus, esse espaço colaborativo online onde o professor consegue tocar projetos totalmente digitais com os alunos, além, é claro, do Presentation Plus.
Presentation Plus is the digitalized form of the student book and workbook. This version includes video, audios, and digitalized activities.
Esse programa aqui agora pode ser rodado inteiramente online pelo navegador, permitindo que o professor dê aulas inclusive com tablet, já que a Cambridge One tem esse olhar muito atento para os dispositivos móveis.
Don't we all love a good teacher resource? So you can have the chance to win the Game Changer series on our Spin to Win wheel, or you can take up the series for your school in 2022. And before I get a caller on the line, just remember that the leader of the trivia quiz ranking tomorrow at 5 p.m. will win this awesome Asus i5 8GB laptop. So be sure to play. And now it's time to spin and win. I have another caller on the line. Don't say hello, say Cambridge Day.
Cambridge Day.
Hello, welcome to Cambridge Day. What's your name?
My name is Núria.
Núria, welcome.
Thank you.
Where are you watching us from, Núria?
I'm from Goiânia, Goiás.
Goiânia. Has the cold hit there or not yet?
Yes, a little bit.
A little bit? Good. And are you enjoying our event?
So much, so much. It's amazing, as always.
Yeah. Did you like Kate's talk? Did you do the meditation?
Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Did you like Kate's talk on well-being? Did you do the meditation?
Yes, so much. It was amazing.
It was amazing. So, Núria, do you have any of the prizes that you want to win? Do you have a choice?
Just say the truth. Anyone would be great.
All right. So, did you enjoy playing the trivia?
Yes.
Yes, good.
It was
Okay,
very
so
good.
let's spin to win.
Okay.
Oh. All right. You win a teacher development book.
Great.
Congratulations, Núria. Cambridge
Thank
University
you.
Press will be in touch to deliver your prize, your book. Enjoy the rest of the event.
Thank you so much.
Thank you
Bye-bye.
for being with us. Cambridge Day is celebrating its 20th anniversary. And besides that, Cambridge also has been celebrating stories of people whose lives have been changed by English or who have been changing the lives of other people through English. Before we continue the event, we're going to watch a video about a woman whose life was changed by English and who uses English to share our culture with the world. Here is a video of the Glocal series and celebrating stories.
Eu não conseguia imaginar e conceber que eu poderia me sustentar apresentando a minha cultura para o mundo e apresentando a minha cultura para o mundo em outro idioma. Sempre fui incentivada assim pela minha família também a dançar. Eu aprendi a contar, por exemplo, com música, dançando. Sempre teve muita música na minha casa, sempre teve muita gente na minha casa. A minha mãe é a pessoa mais inteligente que eu conheço na minha vida, só que ela não teve oportunidade de estudar.
Na realidade, eu estava muito dura. Ela me disse, mãe, não se preocupa com a festa de 15 anos. Eu gostaria muito de fazer um curso de inglês. E ela me emocionou muito com esse pedido.
E aí foi esse processo de ir lá, fazer a entrevista, conseguir a bolsa e começar o curso. Creativity, share. Funk is a new power in Brazilian culture. Tudo que eu faço hoje passa pela dança. E tudo mesmo, 100% do meu ser. A dança afro-brasileira e o carnaval, para mim, são meus pilares de ancestralidade, de respeito. Depois de ganhar o curso de inglês, né? Minha mãe me deu uma passagem de presente para a Europa também, em comemoração dos meus 30 anos. E aí eu fui para a Europa e pude dançar e dar aula. Esse foi um momento que eu falei, caraca, ainda bem que eu falo inglês. anos atrás eu achava que eu ia aprender inglês para trabalhar numa grande empresa, que talvez fosse o objetivo da minha mãe. Mas aí eu consegui reverter tudo isso e usar o inglês de uma maneira que me atenda, de uma maneira que me deixa orgulhosa, deixa minha mãe orgulhosa e me faz feliz.
What an inspiring story for you to share with your students and show them that they can use English to do whatever they want in the world. So many important topics have already been brought today, but there's still more to go. Let's check out what's on the agenda for the second part of today. 5 o'clock now, we have the education show in Ellie Kensington with her oracy skills. Then at 6 o'clock, we'll have a chat with Cidadão Pro Mundo in the Game Changer interview. And at 6:15, we'll have a talk with Joe Zoke about teaching in different scenarios. So now, going back to the education show, Ellie Kensington is here with her talk, oracy skills and how to apply them. Welcome to Cambridge Day, Ali.
Thank you. Thank you very much for having me. By the way, I need to admit, I love the video. I couldn't stop dancing, honestly speaking, and I was like, that's a great video. Wow.
It's contagious.
Wow.
Right?
And I love the story behind it. Amazing.
It's contagious. It was really inspiring. So it's wonderful to have you with us.
Thank you so much.
Where are you talking to us from?
Well, I'm in Turkey at the moment. It's kind of 11 o'clock at night, but thank God I'm nocturnal.
Oh, good.
So
you're
yeah,
really energized for your talk.
Oh, thank you so much for inviting me. It's good. I mean, I hope we will all enjoy it. I love Kate's talk as well. I couldn't stop listening to her. And yeah, we're here.
Fantastic. So I've seen that you've been a presenter, a TV presenter of the English program in Turkey. And
Yep.
I was curious to know, what was that experience like for you?
Well, this is the thing. I actually shot the first e-learning program on internet in Turkey as well. And this one, like the TV program, was absolutely, let's say, rewarding because it was a different experience. The first one was on the internet, but this was on the national TV. And it was really rewarding. I also consulted the program, but it was a totally different experience.
Wow. And oracy is a topic that I'm fascinated by. I love to talk about oracy, love to get my students speaking. And my question before I let you have your talk is, how important are oracy skills in the 21st century?
Oh gosh, Rebecca, you just hit the nail on the head. It is very important because we're going to be talking about it, but let me tell you this, it's not only just a lesson. It's what I call it, that's my term, a life skill. It's a skill for life. It can be implemented to everything and anything. It's there. It's just like, it's not only for English or Brazilian or German, whatever language, it's there, it's live, and you just take it in. I mean, it is very important. It's like the 21st century skills. You need to have it, kind of must have it. But oracy, I mean, I'm in love with oracy. I've been doing a lot of research, lots of piloting, lots of, as I said, things around oracy, lots of lesson observations, and I'm going to be sharing everything with you today. Why I would like to share so many things, because in Turkey, L1 is Turkish. So most of the people think that like L1 is in English. No, it's Turkish. So the students are learning another language apart from their own language. So That's the reason we have some similarities with Brazil. And I'm going to be showing some videos.
Yay!
Like testimonial.
I'm eager to hear what you have to say, Ali. Have a fantastic talk.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. By the way, how is everyone? Before we get started, I really want to see, I want to really hear, I want to really see the chat box. How are you feeling? No comments? You're feeling? How are you feeling? Are you ready for oracy? We're going to be talking about Inside Out, about oracy. Well, oh, fine, great, awesome. Fine, and that's all. Come on, guys, we're going to have fun. Okay, great. Pretty good, thanks. Okay, good. All right, it's very important. It's really important to start off with a positive vibe because we're teachers. I know it's been a very rough year and a half actually, but let's have some fun. Okay, I'm just gonna get started. Curious to listen to you. I mean, I'm gonna be listening to you. Sometimes I'm gonna be asking you to hit the chat box. I wanna see your comments. I want this to be interactive as possible. Okay, let's get started. Let me, yeah, am I here? Yep. Okay, we're going to be talking about oracy, as I said. Let's take a look at the menu. What are we going to talk about? What is oracy? Oracy framework, ground rules, oracy in practice, oracy versus speaking. Now, before we start off, oopsie daisy. Okay, I want to share one of my favorite quotes with you. Gifted speakers are born and effective speakers are made. I totally agree with this, and sometimes I even say hard work can beat talent. That is my motto. If you are willing to do something, there are no barriers, there are no obstacles, and oracy is one of these skills. But how are we going to, create or make these effective speakers? I say oracy. Now I'm going to switch my screen, and I want to see the chat box. What is oracy? I'm just going to ask you whatever you have in your mind, whatever pops in your mind. I just want to see what we think about oracy. What is oracy? So I can see I can see the chat box. Please feel free. Just relax and let's enjoy it. Okay, what is oracy? What do we, there's no right or wrong answer, and I'm not going to be penalized. I'm not going to say, I such a stupid idea. No worries. We're here together. We're here to share. Okay, feeling good, really? Okay, related to orality. Okay, that's a nice approach. Very good. Speaking. It's the skill to speak, ability to use discourse. Wow, discourse effectively, ability to communicate effectively. It's, I'm sorry, I missed that. Okay, yeah. It's ability to speak, the art of speaking, presenting. Okay, very good. Expressing one's self fluently, the practical to talk. I'm sorry, I missed that too. I'm gonna go back. It's the art of choosing words, communicating. I mean, you know what? Most of your answers, like all of your answers, bits and pieces, are absolutely correct. Now, I'm going to switch my screen. Communicating effectively. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, the core is communicating effectively. Fantastic. All right, going back to my screen. Now, as I said before, we did a lot of research. We did pilot lessons and, a lot of lesson observations around oracy in Turkey. And I just want to share what our students, when they first heard oracy, what did they think oracy is? Can we have the video, the first video, please?
We're going to have an oracy lesson today. Do you know what's oracy?
No.
What do you think oracy is? What do you think? Whatever pops in your mind. Yes, please.
Orientation.
Orientation. Why not? Very good. What else? What is oracy? What is oracy? What do you think? Yes, please. Very nice. What else? What is oracy? Yes. Come again? It's a verb. It's a verb. That's a nice word. Interesting. Okay, it's a word, let's say. Yes. What is oracy? Yes. Just whatever pops in your mind. Yes. Fruit. We're going to have a fruit lesson today. All right. Yes, please.
It can be an alien.
It can be an alien, oracy alien. The new alien, the new breed. Very good. Yes, please. Unhealthy food.
Type of a sewer system.
I mean, it's amazing, isn't it? The answers that we get from students are absolutely amazing. But let's take a look at the real definition. Oracy is the ability to use spoken language effectively, from Neil Mercer, Cambridge University. Now, is this definition enough for us? I think we need to dig in a little bit more. So let's take a tour to the depths of it. Oracy is the skill of communicating confidently in a variety of situations. What kind of situations we're talking about? I'm going to be explaining everything bit by bit. Giving presentation in front of an audience. Now, when we say giving a presentation in front of an audience, I have this mental picture. I believe you have it as well. A student coming up and saying, well, this is my presentation and what I'm going to be talking about. Yeah, it does feel like that, right? But when we talk about giving a presentation in front of an audience, what I'm doing, I'm giving a presentation. As teachers, what you're doing in front of your class is giving a presentation. Or if you have a message to deliver, you want to transmit this message, what you're doing, you're giving a presentation to an audience. So one person trying to deliver a message or transmit a message is giving a presentation. Successfully participating in group discussions. Now, when we talk about that, one of the major problems that we're facing is you create a group and you say, okay, you got student A, student B, and student C. Let's say student A is Adam, and there's always a student out of this group. Two students are talking, but what happens to Adam? He's not participating. And think about the things that you can learn from this kid. We know one thing. In 21st century skills, we say collaboration is very important because two people look at the same thing and see totally different things. So that's the reason we need oracy in these group discussions as well. And the third one, participating in collaborative activities. Again, when we say participating in collaborative activities, I always have this mental picture. I believe you do as well. Group of students doing an activity, and yeah, that's the thing. No. Yes and no, actually. When we're saying participating in collaborative activity, when there is a group of people doing any kind of activity, as teachers, you do lesson planning, right? And what do? You don't do it alone, or maybe sometimes you do it alone, but generally you do it in a group. And you ask, you say, for instance, you're teaching, let's say, 5th grades, and you say, in my 5th grades, I tried this activity, and that was amazing. And another teacher says, you know what, I tried in my class, it didn't work. What you're doing is you are working collaboratively on something, but you're also talking to each other. It's a group activity where everybody's active. Listening actively. Now, this is, I think, my favorite. Lately, what I have noticed is, for maybe last 20 years, actually, we're not listening to each other. Not active, we're not listening to each other. When we say listening actively, I'm just going to mime over here as if someone is going to be talking. Now, I'm going to be asking you, let's say this person, Ellen is talking to me and I'm listening. Hello, Ellie, what are you doing? Am I listening actively? I bet you're saying, no, Ellie. Why? The question is why. Generally, when I ask this question, the answer is your body language, you're not leaning towards or you're not looking towards this person, or you're not building eye contact. Okay, let's try it with an eye contact. Hello, Ellie, what you doing? I'm just looking. I'm just staring. Am I responding? No. And how do you think the speaking person feels when I'm not listening actively? A big question mark, which we're going to be talking about that later as well. Now, let me listen actively. Hello, Ellie, how are you doing? I'm fine, Ellen. How about yourself? Good. You know what? I was going to the shopping. were you going to the shopping mall? Oh my gosh, what did you buy there? So what am I doing over there? I am looking at this person, eye contact, I am mirroring, I'm, let's say, echoing the question, I'm responding, fully responding. And what happens even as teachers we're facing, we have muted students, cameras switched off, and do you think they're listening actively? When we ask a question, do they respond to us? This is all under the umbrella of oracy. And reading group dynamics. Now think about it, you're in a group. And what do? You read people. Before you start talking, you look at people's body language. You look at them, you analyze them. And when the right time comes, you go into the conversation. It is very important to read the group dynamics. And at last, I think that is the major problem that we're facing all around the world, facilitating shared decision making. All the problem comes because there's always someone refusing. No, I don't agree with you, so I'm not going to be listening. If even we agree or disagree, if we can come to a consensus, life would be a much better place. So oracy actually helps us to transmit these skills to our students, and actually it's also fostering our skills. All right, as I said in the very beginning, what I say, this is my word. Oracy is a skill for life. Why? Oracy skills are transferable to any language your students speak. Well, it can be Brazilian, it can be English, it can be German, it can be any kind of language. It's not only English. Another thing, considering the importance of being an effective communicator, not only for presenting or discussing, but also for daily life. What I heard from teachers generally around the world, oracy lesson, they're talking about oracy as a lesson. No, it has to be out of the classroom. We need to take oracy out of the classroom, maybe with cross-curricular activities, lessons, and daily life. It's not only a lesson for an hour or two, it is a lifestyle. And the more you're going to be hearing this wording from me throughout the whole session, the more we do it, the more we internalize it and focus on the skills you want to develop and work on them constantly. Exactly. So just because we finished a topic, just because we completed the unit, just because we went through it, no, we should not be stopping. We should be recycling. We should be constantly reminding our students the importance, or find activities, which I'm going to be showing you today. Find activities to recycle the things they have learned in the lesson. Okay, we were talking about all these things. So coming to the point, what kind of skills make a good speaker? Now, I just want you to think and take some notes. Now, I want you to visualize a good speaker. What kind of things make a good speaker? What kind of skills, when you look at them, when you visualize, close your eyes, visualize, take some notes, because we're going to be doing some self-assessment. What kind of skills make a good speaker? What do they do to be a good speaker? Just think about it. Just think and take some notes. What kind of skills are we talking about? What kind of skills make a good speaker? So I'm not going to make you wait for a long time. I bet you have taken your notes. I'm just going to tell you, I'm just going to actually read out what makes a good speaker and the oracy skills. Now, while watching a speaker, we first notice the physical aspect. Think about it. What do you look at? The way they stand, the way they position themselves, the body language, everything. So our first oracy skill is physical. And under physical, we have voice and body language. When we say voice, we're not expecting students to be having good voices. We're talking about tonal variation, clarity of the pronunciation. I'm not saying the accent. We're not saying the students have to have an accent. They have to have a Canadian or American or British. No, accent is not important over here. the clarity of pronunciation is important. When it comes to body language, the way they stand, the way they look, the eye contact, and everything goes under the body language. Another thing that we look at a good speaker, while watching a speaker, we listen to the words they choose to deliver their message, right? We say, that was a wise word he said. That was the wording he was using was really good. So our second oracy skill is linguistic. Let's take a look at what do we have under linguistic. Vocabulary, language variety, structure, rhetorical techniques. And another one, while watching a speaker, we focus on how they organize their talk. Now, that is a very important bit because I'm also an assessor. And when I'm assessing students, generally, this is the thing we come across with. When students are talking about something in sequels, they use only one discourse marker. And. Oh gosh, and. So that is one of the things that we look at, organizing a talk, because the more, let's say, the better you organize a talk, the better the quality is better of the talk. And of course, ask and respond to questions. There can be questions coming to you, and if you're not responding, or if you're not responding in the right way, then you will cut the report. You will not want to listen anymore. So our third oracy skill is cognitive. And under cognitive, we have content, clarifying and summarizing, self-regulation, reasoning, audience awareness. And the last one, while watching a speaker, we focus on the respect. Now, this is very important. Respect they show or connection they build with their audience. Now, that's a very important part. And that goes under social and emotional. Working with others, listening and responding, confidence in speaking. Now, this question goes to you. Can we teach all these skills with a snap of the finger? I can hear you saying, well, no, exactly. So we need, for instance, rhetorical techniques. Can we teach rhetorical techniques to a kindergarten student with a snap of the finger? I don't think so. So what we do over here is we need a framework. We need a cumulative system, a system where we start implementing in very early ages to a certain level. So that's the reason we have two very important points in, let's say, the focal points of oracy. One is the framework and the other one is ground rules. Now we're going to be talking about oracy framework, where things are going to be different. Now, first, let me show you how does the oracy framework work. We have 4 levels. First, we have the foundation. I took an example from social emotional, and I want to share it with you. When the student is in foundation level, he or she says, I can speak in front of others. We know that we have lots of shy students, or they're introvert, or they're scared to make mistakes. But with the right method, with the right approach, we can break that and we can get our students to speak in front of others. And when it comes to apprentice level, student says, I can speak in front of an audience. Now, again, a question, is it easy to speak in front of an audience? Now think about it. Can everybody speak in front of an audience? Most of the time, I see that introvertedness or shyness even in adults. So as I said, pancake system, cumulative system. Once we start implementing the system in the very early ages, they can start, it's more like a ripple effect. First water drop is the core, and then we start increasing the circles. And third level, developing. In developing stage, student says, I can speak in front of an audience and interact with the audience. Wow, now that is something. And the fourth one, confident. As you can understand from the the name confident. And the student says, I can speak confidently and engage my audience in different ways. That means rhetorical techniques are definitely here. So, as I said, this was from Social Emotional. And as you can see, it's a pancake system. It's a cumulative system. And we start implementing in a very early ages. Now let's take a look at another focal point of oracy, ground rules. When I say focal points, the thing I'm trying to say over here is we speak, of course we teach speaking. And when you see some of the examples, you will be saying, oh, we already do this in our classes. But what is different is there is a framework and ground rules. Now, I'm going to be asking you a little question. Please get ready to hit the chat box. All right? Now, you have classroom rules. I believe we all have classroom rules. What would have happened if you didn't have classroom rules? What would have happened if you didn't have classroom rules? What would happen in your classroom? Whatever adjective you would like to use, just feel free. What would happen if you didn't have ground rules? Students don't know what to do. Fantastic. A mess. Yes. True. It's chaos. That's the word I always say. It would turn into chaos. Yes, mess and chaos. Anxiety. Okay, apocalypse. I love that. I love it. Yes, true. Exactly. It would come to a mess. It would be a mess. Exactly. Those chaos and frustration. Agreed. Absolutely. Okay, students would be in different. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Problems. Agreed. So we all agree on one thing. If we didn't have classroom rules, it would turn into chaos. It would be a mess. Anarchy. I love the answer. Yes, it would turn into an anarchy as well. So we're all on the same path. Fantastic. Now, let's take a look. Why do we have ground rules? Okay, so ground rules are as important as classroom rules to create routines. Ground rules create crystal clear. I'm sorry, I'm stuttering. Ground rules create crystal clear process on each oracy activity. Now, I'm going to be talking about the ground rules, but ground rules is kind of like the framework. It's the heart of oracy. Now, why is it important? Another thing, let's talk about it. For students to make sense of these rules and apply them, they have to understand the reasons behind them. Okay, for instance, in the classroom, when we have classroom rules, what do we say? You cannot walk out of the door, you need to ask for permission, right? But they know this. But what about the ground rules now? Do they understand? Yes or no? But how are we going to make them understand the reason behind them? So there are two ways, role-playing and asking the right questions. How are we going to do that? Now, when we come to role-playing by using the ground rules to show what happens when there are or there aren't ground rules. It's like the classroom rules. We're going to take a look at the ground rules. Don't worry about it. Let's take a look at it before. Everyone should be invited to speak. So no more Adams. We're not going to have neglected students. Everyone should listen carefully. We were talking about active listening. And how would that person who is, talking and I'm not paying attention would feel? Okay, we will ask for and give reasons. So there is no objection. We will ask, we will talk to each other. We can agree or disagree, which is totally okay. But the way we respond is very important. Everyone respects what is said in the group. So there is no gestures like, no, I don't like your idea. No, I don't want to. No, we don't do that. We don't. That thing is eliminated. We will share what we know, which is, we were talking about collaboration. We will make a group decision after talking. Now, these rules can be tweaked in the way your students can understand. Simplify the language and everything. No worries. And another way of getting our students to understand, as we said, if there are or there aren't ground rules, what would have happened? Ask students about what they think and feel. For instance, okay, get someone, I did that in the classroom, and I have a video of that, which I'm not going to be showing it, but I was just like, talking to one of the students, and I said, talk to me, and I'm just not going to listen to you. And the student was, what? And I was like, talk to me. And I was just looking around, and I said, how did you feel? She said, I feel horrible. And I was like, thank you very much. So what are we going to do? We're going to listen to each other. And this was a great activity to do. Or when somebody's talking, agreeing or disagreeing, you don't just show the hand. How do you feel if you see that hand? How would you feel? Students were saying, we didn't like it. Yeah, so we're not going to be doing it to each other. That's simple. And one of the most important things, start the lesson with memorizing and repeating the ground rules so students can internalize them. Every lesson, when I do classroom observation, I always tell teachers, just keep the ground rules that students can see and repeat it before every lesson, because the more we repeat it, the more we recycle that knowledge, the more they will take it in. Okay, now we were talking. Talk supports thinking, and that means it supports learning. Teaching oracy means putting more intention behind how you guide and organize students' talk. Actually, this is the philosophy of oracy. What we say in oracy, learning to talk and learning through talk. So that's the reason oracy cannot be restricted with only language. I'm going to be showing you examples from cross-curricular activities as well. Oracy, exactly as in the beginning we said, it is the skill to speak. Surely, we are teaching that. For instance, speaking in front of others, speaking in front of an audience, interacting with, it happens. And students start learning to talk. Of course, they know how to talk, but you know what I mean when we're saying learning to talk and learning through talk. We were talking about collaboration, reading group dynamics, and think about all these elements coming together and the things they can learn through talk. Okay, normally, I'm just going to cut off, and I want to show you some oracy actually. In an ideal world, I would have loved to do this activity face to face, but I'm going to walk you through. So in an original lesson, what we would be doing is first introducing the oracy skill and practicing. And then we have the production. I'm just going to jump into the production stage and assessment stage. I'm going to walk you through. First, when it comes to production, what I used to do was just refresh what they have learned through the lesson. Oracy skill, expressing and responding to opinions. When we express our opinions, we give reasons to support them. We also give reasons when we agree or disagree with someone else's opinions. So we're talking about the production. I need to give them a topic or two. So second stage, give them a topic or two. Kids under 16 shouldn't have cell phones, or virtual reality is dangerous. Now, how are they going to do this activity? Choose an oracy topic. Decide if you agree or disagree. Think of reasons to support your opinion. Now we're talking about that. Well, which language are we going to be talking about? What kind of language are we going to be using in the classroom if you want to do this activity? As you can see, there are numbers over here, 11, 12, 13, and 14. That means cue cards. In oracy, cue cards have a big role. It is very important because if we don't give them the right language to speak, how are they going to reinforce it? How are they going to rehearse the language? And we know one thing. As I remember my first times as a trainer, I was so frustrated. I was rehearsing and rehearsing before I was delivering it. And the more I was rehearsing, the more I felt agile. And when the moment came, I could bring out the language, without thinking. This is the same thing for our students. The more they rehearse, the more they practice. Actually, this is not the practice, this is the production part. The more they produce something by using the language, the better they can fit into any kind of conversation. And last, discuss your ideas with your group members for 3 minutes. Remember to give reasons for your opinion. Okay, fantastic. So I would have given 3 minutes. Students would, or teachers would mingle. They would be discussing. At the end, I would definitely give them a self-assessment tool. This is very important. There are a couple of things that we need to bear in mind. Cue cards. We need to have the language and self-assessment, because when we have self-assessment, we can take correction action. So let's take a look at the self-assessment over here. I confidently expressed my opinion and gave reasons. Tick. I gave reasons when I agreed or disagreed with other group members. Tick. I respected everyone's opinion. Tick. And of course, when we're doing this, we always need to have the ground rules. So this is kind of a structure of how an oracy lesson is happening. Now, as I said, one of the biggest problems that I hear, oracy lesson. No, we need to carry oracy, this activity, out of the classroom. How are we going to do that? I'm going to show you an example. I know this is an exam preparation material, but this kind of conversation can go on in any kind of group. I'm going to read you the activity. It is your friend's birthday soon, and you would like to buy her a present. Here are some ideas. Talk together about the different presents you could buy and say which would be the most suitable. So in an ideal world, the conversation would be, oh, wait a second. Okay, before that, now, as I said, we need to recycle. We need to rehearse. I would be directing this question to my students. It doesn't have to be an exam preparation. As I said, this kind of conversation can happen in every situation. When you get together, even you want to buy a present to your friend, you say, okay, what are we going to do? And you have this kind of conversation. So I would be directing this question to my students. What kind of language would you need to express and respond to opinions? What did we do in the previous activity? We did a couple of things, right? And we talked about the cue cards. Yes, it's time to recall this, because as I said, the more we rehearse, the more it can fit into any conversation. So the language is, I agree because blah, 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 blah. I disagree because blah, 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 blah. I think blah, blah, blah because blah, blah, blah. That's a good point, but blah, blah, blah. So in a normal world, the conversation would be going something like this. I think we can buy some flowers because everyone loves them. True. And student B says, that's a good point, but what kind of flowers should we buy? Now, we have student C now. And let's invite that student into a conversation. What do you think? I disagree with both of you because she might have some allergies or she might have allergies. There you go. Do you see how natural we implement oracy into a normal discussion? It doesn't have to be an oracy lesson. It doesn't have to be an exam preparation. It can be implemented to everything. Even when we talk about a case like this, if we have to buy a present to a friend, we have this kind of conversation. So let's make sure that we rotate. Everybody uses this language, or everybody kind of talks about it in different positions, in different roles. And of course, self-assessment. Now, as you can see, this is the B1 level activity. We're talking about secondary or high school. And we were talking about implementing this into younger groups, right? How are we going to do that? Simple. As I said, oracy should be implemented in very early ages. No time is late time. You can start implementing right away. Even your students or high school students, they will pick something. But ideally, it is, let's say, better to start implementing in very early ages. And how are we going to do that? As you can see, maybe you're teaching prepositions and you're getting your students to ask questions to each other. Is the sheep under the chair? No, it isn't. It's a random conversation between two students when you give them this task. Okay, but we have student C. What are we going to do? The question is, what kind of language would you need to invite someone into a discussion? What kind of language? Of course, I can hear you saying, do you agree, Ali? Yes. Do you agree? The answer would be yes or no. So student B goes and asks, or let's say they're in the group, turns and asks student C, do you agree? And the answer is simple, yes or no. And think about the previous activity and start implementing this language in very early ages. Think about the fruitfulness of the students in the future. And surely we need to get them to rotate and self-assessment. Well, talking about English, I have been talking about English, right? Now, let's take a look at the cross-curricular a little bit. Let's say you have taught using a proper body movement. Stand up straight and still, look up, speak clearly. Okay. And also organizing a talk. First, next, then, finally. As I said, this is very important. I'm an assessor and I see and. Think about it. If the student could merge this language, implement this language, how rich it would be sounding. Think about it. Okay, this time I've chosen a different topic, science. And you have done these oracy skills in the previous lessons. It's very simple. This is from science skills. It's very simple. This is an experiment. Let's take a look at the experiment. More hands-on. Salt makes ice melt more quickly. Okay, and we can see the stages over here. Just ask your students to tell what's happening in the stages by using the oracy skills. Of course, they have to stand up straight and still, look up, and speak clearly. And they will be starting like, first, we need a bowl with ice cubes. Sprinkle 3, blah, 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 blah. Next, fill a glass with orange juice. Then, you see it is easy. And the more they watch each other, the better they will learn. Because in oracy, another important thing is modeling. Okay, I think that was a very simple activity. And you can see it can be implemented to anything and everything. There is no restriction. It's not only the language. And even daily life, you ask your students something. How was your day? Well, first I went home and then I watched some TV. Next, I did my homework and finally I went to bed. There you go. Instead of saying, and I watched TV and I slept, and you see what the richness. The more we practice this, and in different situations, the more your students will internalize it. Okay, I'm carried away with, or I say, love this topic. Okay, so we talked about the lessons, implementing it. What about assessment? What about assessment? We talked about self-assessment as well, but what about assessment? Oracy can be assessed in order to make rapid decisions about what a child or children need to learn next. True, because if we know the student has internalized one topic, of course, on and off, we're going to be repeating or rehearsing it. But now we can move on to the next one and we can start implementing that. Okay, to report to parents, colleagues, or other professionals. All right. Or can be self-assessed so that children can identify aspects of their own development and consider their progression. This is from the Cambridge White Paper. Please, 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 at the end, I'm going to be sharing the references. Please take a look at the Cambridge White Paper. Every time I read it, because I read it a lot, every time I read it, I come across with something fascinating, even though I have read it like it's my bedtime book. Okay, now we're talking about assessment. It was kind of 7 months ago, one of the change schools that we do a lot of lesson observation, who has been doing oracy for actually 2 years. First they piloted and now they're doing it. They wanted to do a project. And something popped in our mind. And I said, why don't we do good oracy versus bad oracy? With our marketing manager, we turned it into a great campaign. It was great success. Don't get me wrong. I'm not doing advertisement over here. I'm just saying it went crazy. Now, what did we do over there? We selected a couple of oracy skills, and we wanted the students, while the period was, online teaching, everything was online, we wanted to see if the students were really progressing or if they were really learning something. How would we do that? Okay, lesson observations we do, good, but we wanted to really have evidence. So we got the students to shoot 2 videos, one bad oracy and the other one good oracy. Now I'm going to show you the examples, the real examples, and we're going to be talking about it. Okay, video bad oracy, please.
Hello everyone, welcome to my presentation. Today I talk about my poster. It's about summer holiday plan. First, I will attend ice skating camp in Ankara in June. After that, I go to Cheshme with my family in July. We have summer house. I swim every day.
All right. Now, have you noticed one thing? This student doesn't have an American or Canadian or British accent. It's Turkish accent. A Turkish student speaking English. So that means that student was learning English when she came to kindergarten or 1st grade. Can we take a look at good oracy now, please?
Everyone, welcome to my presentation. Can everybody hear me? Are you ready? I think yes. My name is Musra. Today I will talk about my poster. It's about summer holiday plan. First, I will attend ice skating camp in Ankara in June. After that, I go to Cheshme with my family in July. We have summer house. I swim every day. In August, I go to aqua park.
Well, okay. So it was interesting, wasn't it? So you saw the good and bad oracy. That was the thing we wanted our students to present. Good oracy with oracy skills and bad oracy where there were no oracy lessons. So we wanted to see the difference. We made sure they reflected, and we got, I don't know, hundreds of videos, and we had to go through all of them. And that was a perfect assessment tool. Okay, going back to my presentation. Yep. Okay. So why did we do this? Okay, of course it was for assessment. But one of the most important thing was this activity helps students distinguish the difference between good and bad oracy. Meaning, when they have oracy skills and if they didn't have oracy skills. Second, raises awareness. When they watch themselves doing it and rehearsing it, they understand what are they doing. Self and peer assessment, because it wasn't for only us, it was for them and the other students to watch it as well. And the last one, joy of making mistakes. Now, we know one thing, our students are scared to make mistakes, especially in Turkey. I can definitely say they're shy. They don't like doing mistakes. But let's enjoy making mistakes and let's make fun and have fun of it. I mean, this is the reality. And we gave them the liberty of making mistakes and bad oracy. So it brings us to the question, what is the difference between oracy and speaking? From the very beginning, I know I gave you a headache on framework, parent group work, ground rules, models. When we say models, as I said, your students are models, you are models. And also, if you're using Cambridge Primary Path, there are videos of Professor Oracy Morris, and he's doing a modeling for good oracy. And of course, as I said, you and students. Cue cards, reflection. We did reflection. They did their self-assessment, and we talked about review. They always have to. I mean, whatever we do, whatever we teach, we need to carry this skill out of the classroom and respect. And speaking, I'm not going to boost speaking. Speaking provide opportunities and or help learners to channelize oracy skills into life. They are going hand in hand. Where oracy is, speaking is there. I would never say anything to speaking because it is the skill. It is, let's say, the medium to transfer oracy skills into life. Do you remember in the beginning I showed you a little video of our pilot lesson? In 2 hours, let's see what were the students thinking. And this video was genuine and there's no montage or any editing. The reality. Can we play the video, please?
What do you think about oracy? Did you like oracy?
Yeah!
Why did you like oracy?
Because I love respect.
I love it. Thank you.
Because they're easy to learn.
It's easy to learn. I love the answer. Very good.
I love oracy because you can give your opinions.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Did we enjoy the lesson today?
Yeah!
Thank you very much.
This is a result of 2 hours, by the way. I mean, in 2 hours, I know it's a small group, but we have done with larger groups, but this was the pilot. This was the first time we were implementing. It was kind of 2 years ago before the pandemic, hit the life, let's say. We did this pilot lesson. We wanted to see what's the impact. What are we facing over here? Because it was new in Turkey and we were into doing it. And we wanted to see how our students responded to it. And that in 2 hours, that was the result. Now, for our further studies, these are the references that I've used. Feel free to go. Take a picture. Any questions? Now, please bombard me with any questions that you have.
Thank you, Ali. As I imagined, it was fantastic.
Thank you.
As I told you, I'm a big enthusiast of oracy. And last year, I'm on the Learn English with Cambridge YouTube channel. And last year, Cambridge invited myself and my daughter to make a video on good and bad examples of oracy. And I ended up putting my nephews in the video, and it was so interesting to see the difference. So if you want an example of modeling good oracy and bad oracy, you can check out the Learn English with Cambridge channel. There's a video there on oracy. So it was a really nice experience, and the kids loved it. I have a 7-year-old.
Rebecca, please share that with me as well. Please email me about it. I would love to see different examples. I mean, example is example, and there's no bad example. I would love to see your videos as well. Please do share. Please email me. That would be fantastic.
Sure. I will send it to you, Ali. And the white paper is really good as well. I made another video on that for the on-demand event for Cambridge, and I got to record a summary of the white paper of oracy. Fantastic. And I loved the article. So it is really fantastic. And there's a video with the key points if people want to watch.
Soon I will be having my article and blog and Wobble. So please take a look at it. There will be activities that you might be interested in.
Oh yeah.
It's how to get young learners to become great speakers. It's going to be based on oracy, but this time it's more like hands-on activities that you can implement in your face-to-face or online classes. Please take a look at it. Soon it's going to be released.
If you don't know what is Wobble, it's the Word of Better Learning. It's the blog from Cambridge that has infinite articles for you to read, and I can't keep up. I want to read all of them. So
me too. Honestly, I love them.
All right,
do we have any questions?
Questions, we do. So Greta Sisu says, which activities can promote oracy skills?
Fantastic question. Well, that was the thing I also mentioned in the article, which is going to be published soon. Okay, which skill do you want to practice? That's the most important thing. If you want to practice physical, that means that you need to be doing activities with drama, integrate a lot of drama or role playing. That is the best way of just like getting your students to go into the mode, like, you know, the body language and everything. And apart from that, storytelling. It's you storytelling, but also them storytelling after you, because it helps with the tonal variation. It's like, you know, the high pitch, low pitch. And also you can do what I have been doing for a very long time, even with adult students. Give emotion cards, like surprise. When they're reading something or acting, they need to act as if they're surprised. This, I mean, it looks like a simple activity, but it makes a big change because they start being aware, because they're also going to be observing each other, and they start learning from each other the tonal variation, how to reflect emotions when you're just like, you know, going into a emotion. What kind of body language do you use? And these are all important because they need to develop these skills. For instance, for linguistics, please do a lot of activities around vocabulary. How would you define hot seat? One of my favorite, for instance. Give them a word and let them try to explain it. And soon you'll be finding more and more activities. Plus, if you want to ask me anything, I will be giving my email address. Please don't hesitate, bombard me. The email may come a little late. It's back to school period, but I'll definitely answer them.
Fantastic. And we have one more question for you. How can teachers prioritize oracy when planning their lesson?
Now, that's a nice question as well, a brilliant one. It's not don't prioritize, just merge it. Just merge it. For instance, if you have done something about body language, let's say, okay, I'm keep going on the body language, or let's say active listening, okay? Give them an activity that, like next lesson, when you're planning your lesson, give an activity around active listening. Get them to develop and say, what kind of skill is this? Just name it. Let them put a label on it. So don't prioritize it. Just merge it. Just integrate and recycle again and again, again and again. Recycling. Like, for instance, if you teach them something around social emotional skills, 2 months later, get them to, you know, reinforce it, or just like bring an activity and ask, what kind of skill is this? You know, is it a cognitive activity, or just don't name it? What kind of thing are we going to do over here? What kind of language are we going to be doing over here? Just recycle it, because you know there is this reality. I do a lot of things around grammar, and we teach them grammar, next morning it's not there, like the vocabulary. We need to get them to recycle again and again. I mean, until they feel like that's a part of their heart and soul and mind.
And
I hope that was the answer.
Our last question is from Gabriela Salazar, and she asks, which exercises can you suggest to motivate students when they are not confident enough to participate?
Fantastic. Okay, I'm going to be a little rude. Don't get me wrong. I say the carrot system. You need to give them a little carrot. So it's more like a reward, not punishment, but rewarding. Give them an activity that they're going to be excited, or encourage them. Like, this is the system I always do. Give yourself a pat on the shoulder. It has to be success oriented. For shy students, to motivate them, to encourage them, always give them success oriented. Give them something basic. Like, whenever you're starting your lesson, start off with a little visual that everybody can answer. For example, what color is this? Who's talking over here? Basic. And get all of your students to shout out the answers. So it's like not a target, like, you know, student-oriented activity. It's a whole class activity. And the more they see that they participate, and you see them, you say, oh, for instance, Alejandra, that's a good one. Bravo, you're doing a great job. Or just discreet, if you're doing an online lesson, send them a private message. Say, I saw you. That was a great effort. Bravo. Go on. I know that you can do better. That's all. And that you just like build up that motivation in that kid. That kid will say, oh, the teacher sees me. I'm here. I'm not invisible. You see what I mean? Always success-oriented, success-oriented.
Fantastic. Well, once
you.
again, thank you for being with us, Ali. And before you go, since we're celebrating the past 20 years of Cambridge Day, what message would you leave for us, teachers, in helping our students build their oracy skills for the future?
Well, I would be saying we teachers are role models for oracy. And I would be saying, bring your magic, mold their beautiful souls. You're all amazing and you're all role models. Keep up the thing. Keep doing the beautiful thing you're doing. You're all amazing.
Inspiring. Thank you so much, Ali. I had a blast. Thank you for participating with us.
Thank you so much. Have a lovely evening. Have a lovely day for me. All right, for you. All right, thank you so much. Thank you very much for having me. And Rebecca, please don't forget that. The link.
I will.
really
I will.
want
I'll
to.
listen.
Okay, thank you. Goodbye. Bye.
Bye-bye. Our next segment, named Game Changer, we interview institutions that have changed the game across Brazil in what they do. In today's Game Changer interview, we'll have a chat with Cidadão Pro Mundo, and we'll talk with the diretora executiva. Agora eu peço licença para mudar para português. Essa entrevista será feita em português. Vamos conversar com a diretora executiva Ludmila Fregonese. Seja bem-vinda, Ludmila.
Muito obrigada, Rebeca. Estou bem feliz de estar aqui. Ainda bem que você mudou, porque minha cabeça também estava no inglês, de ficar assistindo aqui.
Então, às vezes eu nem percebo. Opa, peraí, tem que mudar aqui. Mas é um prazer ter você aqui. Eu sou super fã do Cidadão Pro Mundo. Eu conheci, através de um Cambridge Day, aquela frase de English is a privilege that is not to be taken for granted. Ainda ressoa lá dentro ainda de mim. Me mudei para uma cidade que tem o Cidadão Pro Mundo agora, para Campinas, e quero muito me envolver com esse projeto depois que passar a pandemia aí, né?
Nossa,
então,
ficaremos bem felizes de ter você.
É um super prazer ter você aqui com a gente, viu? Então, vamos falar, né, sobre o Cidadão Pro Mundo, né? Como que surgiu o Cidadão Pro Mundo?
Cidadão Pro Mundo surgiu em 97, já temos uma longa caminhada aí, né, como organização, mas começou de uma maneira bem despretensiosa. O Marcos Fernandes, que é o fundador da ONG, ele estava com um amigo estrangeiro, gringo aqui no Brasil, e ele foi no Capão Redondo, né, que é uma das comunidades aqui de São Paulo, levar ele para, enfim, conversar com pessoas da comunidade, e as pessoas ficaram maravilhadas e tentando se comunicar com ele, e aí veio a ideia de falar, nossa, vamos ensinar inglês para essas pessoas, elas não têm acesso a isso, né? Vamos tornar isso mais acessível para elas e ensinar inglês gratuitamente, sem isso ser cobrado delas, né? Foi assim que surgiu tudo.
Que legal! É um trabalho maravilhoso, assim, né? Então, surgiu daí, né, dessa necessidade ou dessa possibilidade, né, de ensinar inglês nas comunidades, né? Então, o que é a Cidadão? É a Cidadão Pro Mundo ou Cidadão Pro Mundo, né?
A Cidadão Pro Mundo é uma ONG.
A Cidadão Pro Mundo, a instituição, isso. Então, o que é a Cidadão Pro Mundo?
A Cidadão Pro Mundo, então, é uma ONG, depois se tornou uma ONG de voluntários, né, que buscam a inserção e integração de jovens e adolescentes, integração social deles por meio do ensino do inglês, e são voluntários que ensinam inglês, né, isso também é uma parte muito especial. Então, hoje, quem é voluntário nosso não é necessariamente professor, aliás, a maioria esmagadora não é professor, a gente faz um treinamento com eles, prepara eles, e a gente tem esses alunos aí de escola pública, entre 11 e 25 anos, né, que são priorizados para fazer essas aulas 100% gratuitas, toda semana, sempre aos fins de semana, e aprender inglês. São 5 anos de curso, A gente depois também tem um preparatório para os exames da Cambridge, e isso foi crescendo, né? Ao longo desses anos a gente cresceu bastante. Hoje já estamos com 1.400 voluntários, temos atualmente 2.300 alunos. A questão da pandemia aí também foi um pouco mais difícil, né? Mas a gente está com mais ou menos 2.300 alunos aí ativos e conseguimos impactar muita gente ao longo desses anos.
Que legal, que bacana, né? E por que a Cidadão para o Mundo é um game changer?
Olha, eu diria que é um game changer porque a Cidadão para o Mundo, ela consegue gerar uma troca entre voluntário e aluno e colocar pessoas de diferentes lugares, de diferentes formações, juntas numa troca assim única. E o inglês é a chave para tudo isso. E, além de tudo, ele vem para abrir espaço na vida desses jovens para possibilidades que não estavam lá. A gente tem muitas histórias maravilhosas aí de jovens que conseguiram empregos, conseguiram intercâmbio, conseguiram viagens, e mais do que isso, conseguiram conhecer pessoas, conhecer lugares que eles nunca teriam conseguido sem o acesso ao inglês. Deu uma oportunidade para eles sonharem muito mais do que eles teriam feito sem essa oportunidade. E eu acho que o mais incrível de tudo isso ainda é como a gente vê um ciclo que se forma, sabe, dentro da ONG. A gente tem, hoje, muitos alunos que já se formaram e um número grande deles que se tornam voluntários depois. E isso eu acho que é o game changer, de você ver esse ciclo do aluno que começou lá, que não sabia inglês, aprendeu, levou isso para a vida e ainda quer voltar e retribuir para outras pessoas também.
Que demais, né? A gente não sabe quem que está ganhando mais, né? Se é o aluno que está tendo a oportunidade de receber o inglês, se é a pessoa que está podendo fazer um trabalho voluntário, né? É um ganho, né? Eu tive a oportunidade, eu era coordenadora de um programa bilíngue, e a minha escola, que era particular, era do lado de uma escola pública, de Fundamental 1. E os meus alunos de Fundamental 2 davam aula para os alunos de Fundamental 1 da escola pública, né? Eu quase chorava em todas as aulas, de tão emocionada que eu ficava pela oportunidade de ver aquelas criancinhas que não teriam aula de inglês terem aula de inglês, e pelos meus alunos, pelo valor que eles estavam dando ali para a educação e por se doarem para outras crianças, né? Então
um dos nossos valores esse até, o exchange, porque o voluntário, ele não está lá só para doar, ele recebe muito de volta nesse contato, tanto que o pessoal se apaixona, assim, pelo projeto, porque você consegue criar um vínculo que é lindo, assim, de ver, e é uma coisa que traz muito para a gente como voluntário também.
É uma troca incrível, né? E como que as pessoas podem auxiliar a Cidadão para o Mundo na prática?
Bem, hoje, da maneira prática, se tornando voluntário, né? Uma das maneiras. A gente, semestralmente, a gente faz recrutamento de novos voluntários. A gente agora já encerrou o nosso processo, né? A gente faz um processo de seleção. Hoje, como a gente está atuando online, esse voluntário pode ser de qualquer lugar do mundo, desde que ele tenha conhecimento de inglês, ele pode dar aula, e a gente também tem voluntários que atuam na gestão, né, das nossas unidades, em comunicação, financeiro, operações, outras áreas também. Então, é uma oportunidade para você também, mesmo que você não queira dar aula de inglês, você pode ser voluntário de outra maneira. E a gente também recebe doações, né? Porque para a gente se manter, para a gente crescer e ter esse impacto, você também pode doar. Até eu deixei o nosso contato aí para quem quiser conhecer mais, e tem aí também o nosso Instagram, nossas redes sociais, quem quiser saber um pouco mais do projeto, e também ver como que você pode apoiar.
Que legal! E quais são os requisitos básicos aí para se tornar um volunteer?
Então, para se tornar um volunteer, eu acho que primeiro você tem que ter disponibilidade para dar as aulas nos fins de semana. A gente trabalha de maneira, isso é uma coisa que ajuda muito, a gente trabalha com voluntário rotativo. Então, cada turma, ela vai ter de 4 a 8 teachers, ela tem um grupo de teachers e eles se revezam dando aulas aos fins de semana. Você não precisa ir todos os finais de semana. Então, isso acaba sendo muito mais fácil para as pessoas doarem esse tempo. Além disso, Você precisa ter o conhecimento de inglês, né? Ter um nível aí mínimo de inglês para participar também como volunteer teacher. E compartilhar dos nossos valores, né, em relação ao exchange, essa parte de troca. A gente tem os bright eyes, a gente busca a pessoa com brilho nos olhos, que quer fazer acontecer, que tem essa responsabilidade, sabe a importância de estar lá para o aluno. Esses são alunos que eles estão muito acostumados, às vezes, a não ter o professor lá, ter um professor que falta, não ter aula sempre, por N questões. Então, a gente faz questão que os nossos teachers tenham esse compromisso com o aluno, de estar lá todo final de semana e ajudar ele a aprender.
Que legal. E qual que é a importância da parceria entre a Cidadão para o Mundo e a Cambridge?
É uma parceria essencial para a gente aqui na Cidadão para o Mundo. Ano que vem vai completar 10 anos já essa parceria, de muito sucesso. A Cambridge, a gente usa material da Cambridge, né? A Cambridge doa todo esse material. Então, o curso, além das aulas não terem um custo, nem o material tem custo para o aluno. Isso é super importante. Essa parceria dá muita credibilidade para a gente. Tem toda a parte de treinamento também dos nossos voluntários para dar aula. Então, tudo isso é o que ajuda a gente a garantir a qualidade do que está acontecendo ali na ponta, né, na sala de aula. É graças a essa parceria que a gente tem com a Cambridge. Então, somos muito gratos e queremos continuar ainda mais 10 anos aí juntos com a Cambridge, se possível mais, para continuar levando o inglês aí para essas pessoas.
Muito bom. Que bom, né, que vocês têm um material bom para trabalhar, né, e tem essa parceria. E para a gente encerrar aqui, queria perguntar para você, quais são os projetos futuros da Cidadão para o Mundo?
Olha, agora a gente, né, desde o ano passado, a gente fez uma transição, passamos todo o nosso curso que era presencial para o formato online. Foi muito desafiador. A gente tem planos agora para aprimorar essa questão do online, pensando numa expansão, como que a gente pode chegar em lugares que antes a gente não chegava, né? A gente tinha uma limitação física, geográfica aí, das nossas unidades, e agora o online possibilitou a gente chegar em mais pessoas. E também pensar numa retomada do presencial para o ano que vem, porque também temos muita saudade de nos vermos, né, presencialmente aí com os alunos. Então, esses são os dois desafios que a gente tem, da continuidade do online e a retomada do presencial para o ano que vem também. São os grandes desafios que a gente vem e os projetos que a gente quer tocar para 2022.
Que legal, vocês podem alcançar, vocês podem fazer uma Cidadão para o Mundo online, né? Alcançar muito mais gente através do online. Ludmila, muito obrigada pelo seu tempo, por compartilhar conosco o trabalho lindo, maravilhoso, que eu sou apaixonada, da Cidadão para o Mundo, viu? Obrigada mesmo.
Imagina, obrigada a vocês, e espero você aí como voluntário futuramente, viu, Rebeca?
Pode contar comigo, eu não vejo a hora.
Obrigada, tchau, tchau.
The past year has made us change teaching formats frequently. And the transition wasn't always that smooth. Igual essa que eu fiz do português para o inglês, vocês nem perceberam. Here to talk about making the most of different online teaching scenarios in our last session of the day is Joe Soki. Welcome to Cambridge Day, Joe.
Hi, Rebecca. Hi, everyone.
I'm so glad you're here with us. I'm your follower on YouTube. I love your videos. Yes.
Oh my God, that's amazing.
Simple tips, and I see you're very techie. I'm also very techie savage as well. So I'm a big fan of your videos.
Oh, I love that. Thank you so much, and thank you for having me here.
Yes, I know you have lots to share with us. So where are you based? Where are you talking to us from?
Well, I'm in Hungary right now. I'm not sure if you're familiar with the country. I always need to
I
ask.
am.
But I'm in Budapest, and it's actually 11:18 p.m. and I'm not a very like a night owl type, so I'm really tired.
So people are gonna have to keep you awake in the chat box and
Yeah, I really
involved
count
in,
on them.
involved in your talk. And how are the schools getting back to normality there in Hungary?
Well, it's a very, very good question, and it's a very strange situation. It's all over the place. So basically, the language school I work at, they are online. They would love to go back to face from September. The university where I also teach was also online. However, state schools like high schools and elementary schools, they were face to face. So they went back to face, I think, in March. No, that would be too early. I have no idea. Actually, April, I think, or yeah, all these months are just like blending together.
That's we're adapting all the time, right? Which is exactly what your talk is about. So I'll leave you to it. Have a
Thank
great
you.
time, and I'll be back soon.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Rebecca. All right. Hi, everyone. I'm very happy to welcome you. I can see a lot of comments. I'm very happy that you're commenting. As Rebecca said, I will really need some like action in the comments because I'm really tired, but we can do this. So actually, first, I would like to ask for your participation, but not in the chat box now or comment section, but we're going to do a Menti. First, I'm just going to tell you what we're going to talk about. So we're going to look at 4 types of online teaching and learning. So we're going to be looking at synchronous teaching, asynchronous, flipped, and hybrid. You might be thinking, oh my God, I have no idea what these are. Maybe you already know what they are, but we're going to find out soon because this is the Menti link. You can see it in many formats. You can either read the QR code with your phone or use the code up there if you can see it. So it's 71262195, which you need to enter into menti.com. I'm gonna leave this there for a little while so that you can like get adjusted, get settled, okay? The code is not going to disappear. Oh, I'm getting little hearts. That's cute. Very good. I'm very happy because it shows me that you're already there. Wonderful. So the code is not going to disappear. I'm soon going to make the QR code disappear. Oh, thank you. Somebody just put the code in the comments. Thank you so much. But it's not going to disappear. Don't worry. So let's see the next slide. It's actually going to be a quiz. So I will show you 4 images that will illustrate these 4 types. If you remember, we said synchronous, asynchronous, flipped, and hybrid. These amazing images were drawn by my mom. I have to say that she really wanted to be a part of this talk, so she volunteered to create these images. So here we go. And the first one is gonna come. Ooh, look at this. So many of you are here. Actually, as I checked, Menti has a max number of 2,000 participants, so I think we can manage this. At the moment, there are 75 of you. Now let's see the first question. And here we go. So this is the first image. You should see it on your screen, whatever device you're using. You need to decide which type of online teaching learning scenario this could be. You've got not much time left. Okay, let's see. Don't panic if you couldn't vote. Let's see. Oh, wow. Very good. Okay, nice. It shows me that, yeah, we've got some like defining to do, basically. So why was this asynchronous? I'm not sure if you still see the image. Probably not. Okay, I'm gonna explain it very quickly. Why is it asynchronous? If you remember, there was a little fox studying in one corner and the other studying in the other corner. While one, I tried to illustrate it with a sun, and the other had a moon, which basically means that in asynchronous situations, you don't have to be at the same place at the same time. Right now, we are in a synchronous situation, although, as I was told, there's a 10-second lag, but it's okay. But we're communicating synchronously, even though you can only communicate with me through the chat. But in asynchronous teaching and learning, we don't need to be communicating at all in a live way. So I can give you the task and you can do it whenever you want. I can even give tasks to international learners. For example, one can do the task in the US in the morning, and the other does it in Australia in the evening. So it means we don't need to be connected in a live setup. Okay, so asynchronous, that's something actually that doesn't happen so often in like state school education, because we normally have a timetable. We go in either face-to-face or online, and we have a lesson. Asynchronous is, for example, when you buy a Coursera or Udemy course and you just start studying, you go through the tasks, nobody communicates with you, you get feedback, but it's not live. Okay, so that was asynchronous. Let's see the next one. Look at your phone or tablet or whatever. Here we go. Okay, so look at this one. This might be a little challenging. Okay, think about it. There are also two groups and a little fox with something in their hand. Think about it. We've got 5 seconds to go. Okay. Ooh, well done. Yeah, well, I can see a better result now. Many of you, the majority of you, thought it was hybrid, and it is hybrid. Why? Again, you could see two groups. One, well, that was the aim of the illustration. One was on the wall in like a screen, while the others were sitting at a desk, and the teacher was standing in the middle of the classroom. So this would be hybrid, which means that the lesson is on live. The teacher is with the students in the live face-to-face classroom, while there are some students who join in online. Okay, so that's the idea of hybrid, that it's happening right here, right now. I am with a number of students in a physical classroom, while some people join in online. Why is that even a scenario? It's a possibility that could actually stay in the future. I also read that it might stay forever, because there might be, and it's not a good thing to say, but there might be future pandemics again. And it's a feasible setup that if somebody is in danger or they are at risk, they don't want to go in, they can choose to stay at home. A very interesting development that I'm seeing at the moment is that, as I said in the beginning, I also teach at a language school. I teach business English courses, and all these language school courses were online. But for example, when the language school wants to go back to face-to-face from September, these business students don't really want to go back. They either want to stay online because it's more convenient for them, or they want to choose the hybrid option because they have a busy schedule and they don't know where they are going to be the next moment. So they want this freedom that if they can go into a company and join the course, why not? But what if they cannot make it and they are somewhere else? They can join in online. So it's a very, very interesting setup. I'm going to talk about it, but it's also very tiring for the teacher. I'm going to talk about it. Don't worry. But that was very good. That was hybrid. Okay, let's see the next one. Here we go. Okay, look at this one. I'm going to give you a little hint that that sort of thing with the tripod wants to be a camera. Okay, that might give you a hint. Okay. All right, I've got already 28 answers. Very good, very good. And let's see. Okay. Yes, I see why you might have picked synchronous. Yes, I get what you had in mind. That unfortunately that wasn't what I had in mind. My idea was that this teacher is recording themselves and they are recording a video for later use, and that's why I thought it was flipped. But I see what you thought, because well, I am also facing a camera right now. So yes, you're totally right. It could have been synchronous. Maybe it wasn't the best illustration. I'm going to explain what I had in mind. So in flipped, what is flipped? It basically means that you flip the process. Don't worry if you didn't get it. I can see it in the comments. Don't panic. Maybe it was just my thought process. So you flip the process, and instead of learning the material in class and then practicing at home as homework, you flip it and you ask your students to learn the material by themselves at home with the help of videos or other materials that typically you record as the teacher. And then you go into class and you actively practice and you do work with it. So you flip the traditional setup. Instead of practicing at home as homework, you learn at home and then come to class and practice there. So that's the flipped idea. It was actually quite popular during this quarantine teaching period. Teachers realize that they can save a lot of time by creating shorter videos, putting the material in those videos, and then focusing on activation in class. And that worked pretty well. And now the final one is coming. I'm sure you're going to be really surprised. But let's see the final illustration. I tried to add some icons that might help you realize what I had in mind. If you're using Zoom, it might help you. Okay. Let's see what it's going to be. All those little foxes. And oops, I don't know if the problem, I don't know what went wrong. It says there's some problem with the results, but I think you can guess it. This is synchronous, okay? Don't worry about it. I'm not sure what really went wrong, but this is synchronous. I tried to just put the Zoom icons there to make it even more obvious. So that's it. Basically, we just quickly looked at the quick definitions of synchronous, right? We're right here, right now. Asynchronous, we don't have to be connecting in space or time. Flipped, when I record the material, typically in short videos in advance, and then we work with it in class. And hybrid, the most challenging one, when everything happens at the same time. Some students join in online and some of them are there physically. Now, my question is, which one or which ones do you use? So how often do you teach in these ways? I'm really curious about your answers. It's on the same Menti link. I hope it works. Okay, it works. I'm very happy to see that. So I'm going to give you a little time. I've got 5, 6 answers. I'm going to wait until about 20. Okay. And let's see how often you teach in these ways. And I'm hopefully going to be able to give you some tips for them. Very good. I already have about 30 answers. Nice. Okay. As I basically thought, synchronous is leading. Hybrid is second. Oh, there are a couple of you teaching in asynchronous ways. I would be really, really interested if those who teach asynchronously could type in the comments maybe what they do, like what sort of courses they run asynchronously. That would be very, very interesting. Yeah, the synchronous one, that's what we basically transition to very quickly because this is what we know, right? This is the closest to our face-to-face world that we are teaching in the same way. We just use a camera for it. And the others are already different. They require some thinking ahead and thinking forward and thinking in any direction because you need to plan what you're going to do and how you're going to plan the lesson and the whole course. Very good. Okay, synchronous most of the time. Yeah, okay, but I do have some hybrid ones as well. Oh, somebody says there were lessons asynchronous and synchronously. Now it's hybrid. Okay, and now we're going to look at some activity ideas. Okay, I'm going to change. Yeah, perfect. Okay, so I hope you can see the screen I'm sharing. Some of you who maybe know what this is or what what application I'm using can type it in the comments. I'm not sure, have you ever used this? I'm not going to give it away instantly. Does anybody know what kind of a screen you're looking at? Oh, somebody said that they usually teach synchronous classes and often assign asynchronous activities. That's a very, very great idea and good task management. Oh, somebody thinks it's Google Docs. You're not far from the answer. Jamboard, Patricia, well done. It is Jamboard. I'm not sure if you use, and lots of Jamboards. Okay, Bruna says Jamboard for life. I totally agree with that. So Jamboard is my go-to tool in this online period. I just absolutely love Google Jamboard. And many of my colleagues ask me why, because it's not much different from Google Slides, but it's very good for brainstorming and working together, I think better than Google Slides. Let's see what I have in store for you. So you can see something. This first activity idea is for synchronous activities, so synchronous teaching. And I would like to show you a collaborative writing activity that we're going to do right here, right now, together. And I know it's going to be a little bit tough because, as I mentioned, I know that we're in a bit of a lag in terms of comments, but I'll try to keep talking until the first answer arrives. So you can see two animals and this box that I'm going to move in a second. And what I'm going to do is that I'll just reveal one question at a time. You can see the first question is, what are the two animals in a picture? And I'd like you to give me some ideas in the comments. While you are thinking about that, I'm just going to put a text box over this yellow box over here so that I can start typing, okay? But what do you think? What are these two animals in the picture? Let's see if I can get some comments real quick. Oh, a wolf and a hare. Very good. Ooh, yeah, these comments are very interesting. They just appear like 1,000 comments at a time. A fox and a beaver. Ooh, very good. Okay. Lovely, lovely. Very good. So we're going to say they are a fox and a beaver. I'm just going to go with this. technically, I'm just going to put it over here. The beaver is not a beaver. It's a marmot. Oh, a coyote was a very good one as well. So actually, the beaver is a marmot. And I think, though I didn't check, this is an Arctic fox, but I'm not entirely sure. Very good. Well done. Let's see. I'm just going to pull them down. You can see that I need to pull both of them down if I want to keep typing and keeping the rest of the questions secret. You can already see the second question. What do you think the marmot, right? This one with the speech bubble, is saying? Okay, so you can see this very interesting situation. What are the exact words of this marmot? Let's see whether you can come up with something funny. Oh, very good. What does the fox say? Yeah, I love that. Get out, leave me alone. Very good. Get away from me. Okay. Take it easy. Keep away. Okay. Catch me. Oh, very good. Okay, I'm gonna go with this one. Catch me if you can. Okay. Very good. Love it. Perfect. All right, moving on. I'm gonna pull down to the third question. Oh yeah. So we've got what the marmot is saying. Oh, I have COVID. Somebody said I have COVID. I love that. That could be one as well. So what do you think it's thinking? So what might be the thought process that's going through in the marmot's mind, seeing the Arctic fox? Where's my cell phone? That, oh, Carmen, you're actually very, very close to where this task is going with this idea. Okay, get lost. Oh, please don't eat me. Oh, yeah, very good. Stop following me. Nice. Okay, very good. I think I'm gonna keep this. Please don't eat me. Okay, so this is what it's thinking. Let's keep going. All right, the next one is, how did the marmot end up there? So let's imagine they ended up in this situation. Like, how did this happen at all? How did the marmot end up there? Oh, this is my piece of land. This is already leading to how the marmot ended up there. Let's see. Where do I leave my keys? I love that. So what do you think? How did the marmot get here? Was looking for food. Okay. Looking for food. Oh, she was forgotten there. Who forgot her there? Fell out of a kangaroo's pouch. Looking at the surroundings, I don't really think it's a place for kangaroos, but who knows? Like in this 21st century, anything can be possible. He was left behind by his family because he was daydreaming. I love this. I love this. Okay, he was left behind. I'm just going to keep it a little shorter because he was daydreaming. Perfect. Now, because we're running a little short of time, I'm going to stop it here. There's, I think, one more question, but we're not going to look at that. But I'm going to tell you what we can use this for. So you can see what you did right now. I didn't even hear your voice, but you could communicate with me. Like, you kept sending answers to me. Some of them were shorter, some of them were pretty long. You were creating text and you were actively participating. So you can actually play this task like this, that you expect students to respond in the chat. It might be a good idea, let's say in high school. It was typically a problem that high school students don't want to communicate. They don't want to turn their cameras on or their microphones on. They don't really want to take part, but maybe you could motivate them with such a task. It's enough if they just send in answers in the chat. no worries. You pick the best one and then you go with it. But for that, you need something that's exciting, that's interesting. Somebody asked me before whether this picture is copyright. I think it is, but I should have mentioned the source. You're right. I just actually Googled, there's a wildlife photography award, and they also have a comedy section, I think, with these comic images. So I just looked for the funniest image and I used that. But what can we do with all these ideas? Let's see. In this next slide, you can see that I created this box. It's a possibility. We can do it together. Like, for example, right now, I'm going to do it very quickly. Or you can create a Google Doc, as somebody thought this was a Google Doc. You can create a Google Doc now and send your students off to type up their ideas, maybe in pairs, maybe individually. A Google Doc is a very good idea or a good tool to use because you can see what they are doing. You can monitor while they are working. It's not necessary to actually ask them to say out loud what they think or what they want to write. You can see what they are doing. Even if they are working in pairs, you can see how they are trying to navigate and jump in and help if necessary. But what is the task? You need a prompt. So the prompt is the picture. And then the task is that, let's imagine this marmot is an influencer. He's an Instagram influencer, and they are trying to write a post, when influencers are saying, my dear followers, sorry for being gone for so long. I had a mental breakdown, or I had something to deal with. And this is the moment that you can write this post in this marmot's voice, that, dear followers, and what would you say? The other day, I met an Arctic wolf. I was left behind by my parents while I was daydreaming. And then I thought, oh my God, I'm going to die. And I said to the wolf, go to hell, or sorry for the word, go away, go away. And you can ask your students to write this up. And if you want, you can even post it somewhere and they can see how their marmot influencer managed this situation. Oh, somebody said they could be TikToking a dance. Exactly. So bring in TikTok, bring in things that they are currently using. So something that relates to them and their world. And this is the most important thing when you want to appeal to younger students, that you want to catch them at their or in their environment. Now you can see something over here. That's another little like tool or a secret of Jamboard, that you can hide certain things. So I'm just going to pull this up and show you what an alternative could be. So what we did here is that I asked you a lot of questions. You gave me the information, and then I can either write it up, like I start typing right here, right now, or I can ask you to type up your answers independently. But an alternative could be, I'll make this a little bit bigger, is that you turn the process upside down and make it a dictogloss. I'm not sure how many of you are familiar with this term, a dictogloss activity, but I love it because it combines all skills. A dictogloss is when I, as the teacher, read the text, the story itself of the marmot meeting the wolf or the fox, and you cannot do anything, you just listen. And you can only write down keywords. And then I ask you to recreate the story with the help of the information your partners got. So you collect bits of information, you try to recreate my story, and then we're going to check how close their story is to yours. Okay, so that's Dictogloss. And it combines many skills because first, I'm reading the story, students are listening. They are not allowed to write full sentences, just some keywords. So they are trying to extract information very quickly. Then they speak because they need to collaborate to put the story together. They need to write it down, right? Because you ask them. It's an important part. You actually ask them to write the story down, so it's writing. And then you give them your story and they can compare. And they can see whether their version was similar to yours. So that's a Dictogloss, and the Marmot story could be used in that way as well. It's a very, I think it's a great activity. It's very complex. Oh, somebody said that they think they might have used Dictogloss without knowing the name. Yeah, it's then you're a very creative teacher, already knowing so much and doing it. So this would be a synchronous activity. I think it's loads of fun. With the help of Google Docs, you can turn it into a full writing lesson. But if you're doing a Zoom lesson, you can also ask your students to go into breakout rooms without writing. They can just think about the story the Marmot would say and then make it into a presentation. So they say it, and that can be a possibility as well. Okay, so in that way, it's a speaking task and not a writing one. But moving on, I'm going to move on now to the second most popular online learning scenario or teaching scenario you picked, and that is hybrid. Now, as I said, and maybe you joined later, so I'm going to repeat, hybrid is when some students are there with the teacher physically in the classroom and some students join in online. And this is, I've also done it for a short period before going fully online. It's a very, very tiring situation. Just send in the comments whether you think the same. I thought hybrid teaching is quite tiring if you don't know how to do it. So when I started teaching hybrid, I also didn't have a lot of idea how I could do it. So what I decided to do, I just put down a laptop, invited all the online students in a meeting, and then told them to watch the lesson. Now, this is obviously not very exciting. They cannot really get involved, although I tried to ask them to type some things in the chat, but it really divides your attention. You are trying to teach the ones who are there in the class. You should pay attention to those who are typing something in the chat, but I kept forgetting about that. Oh, others are saying as well that hybrid is exhausting. It is. But I just want to tell you that if you start rethinking hybrid, then it can be a little less exhausting. I'm not going to say it's not going to be exhausting, but a little less. So I think the best way to think about hybrid is that it's basically an online lesson with some students there present physically. So the best way to plan for that lesson is that you think you're planning for an online lesson and you're using all the tools that you would use in an online class as well. So for example, we used Menti, Mentimeter voting previously. We use Jamboard for collecting ideas. Keep using these. And if you're planning with this in mind, that, okay, I'm going to use Menti for collecting ideas or for asking for opinions. I'm going to use Jamboard again for brainstorming. Then it's easier to navigate and to manage those two groups, the online group and the face-to-face group, because you just tell them that you still need your devices. I can actually physically communicate with the face-to-face students, but the online ones can interact with me easily. I can see their responses. They can actually be heard if I'm using all these online tools to get their ideas and their thoughts. Oh, somebody says, but how integrate the students that are in the classroom if I keep using the online? Good. I think I'm going to talk about that right now. So how can I do that? And this is the one I'm showing you right now. I got this idea. You can maybe not see it so well, but I'm going to mention them. Fluency First. I love that blog. They are a task-based learning blog. They post different tasks. They are TBL based, so that's a method. And they post a lot of ready-made tasks that you can use in your face-to-face or online lessons. And I picked this task from them. It's the design your own theme park. They had a slightly different idea. I think it was design your own zoo, but the idea is the same. You find a floor plan of something. It can be a zoo, a theme park, or an office, maybe if you're teaching business students. And then you give them questions. For example, what's my name? And like my name as what's the park's name? Entry fee, main theme, main attraction. So you ask your students to collaborate and answer these questions together. Now, and this is where you need to integrate the online ones with the offline ones. You send both teams the same link and you ask them to collaborate. They can do that without speaking because they can like pull these sticky notes somewhere, or they can start adding comments to this picture. They can do it like it can work simultaneously at the same time. And that's another thing. If you have a big enough room, you can actually ask your offline online groups to set up their own chat, either FaceTime each other or set up their own Zoom chat and go to different corners of the room, okay? If you have enough devices, but if your students have a phone, you can set up such a group. Let's say you've got 4 students, 2 face-to-face, 1 looks at the Jamboard, 1 has the video chat, and 2 online ones. And then they can work together. I'm not saying it's easy, definitely not easy, but manageable. I mean, you can make the online ones included and also the offline ones collaborate with them. So giving them such a task where they work on designing something, they can work together from both ends. Now, what's behind this one? You can, like I put it here, students can communicate via text, that's possible, like WhatsApp, or a separate video chat or video call, okay? That's some way to communicate. And you can even, again, a Jamboard little trick, you can put sticky notes over extra tasks. So let's say one group finishes earlier than the others. No, don't worry, you don't have to rush over and mitigate the issues. You just add them an extra task. So you think about early finishers. I really like this idea as well, that think about those who work faster and not those who work slower. So for early finishers, you just give another task, design the marketing plan of the park, and they can continue communicating through WhatsApp or their video chat and do it. And they can, I'm really saying they can even present it. So you can ask them to, like, it's for them, it's super easy to communicate in a text conversation. They can quickly agree who's going to present the marketing plan and who's going to virtually present the theme park. You project the online student onto the wall, and the rest then they can then present in class. I'm not saying it's easy, but it's possible. But I also want to show you another one. It's scavenger hunt. And that's also a very good idea because you can involve both groups, online, offline. You just need one platform where they can communicate or where they can collect their ideas. And the platforms can be, again, seen over here. What is a scavenger hunt? They are looking for something. It can be actually something. So you ask them to find objects that are red, maybe for an elementary group, find objects that are spheres, okay, for a higher vocab class, or they can look for certain grammar patterns around the school or around the classroom, take pictures of sentences that they find that represent the present perfect tense, and then they can collect their findings on one platform, and then they can post it and work together. So what do you need for that? A cloud-based platform, because it's updated live. Everybody can add to it and everybody can edit it. And show and tell through camera. It's just the one that we had before. Presenting your findings can be done both by the offline students and the online students. You just show them to the camera, okay? So the online students would be projected on the wall, the offline students would be talking to the camera. And this way they can be both included. Okay, I'm checking my time, and I just want to show you the last one, actually. I'm not going to be talking about asynchronous now, but the flipped one. If you remember what I said, the flipped is when you record certain things to your students or for your students. But it's very important that it's not just you who can record. You can also ask your students to record. I tried to illustrate it with this little image here that maybe one student knows a lot and another doesn't know enough. So they might help each other as well. So what can be recorded? Oops, here we go. Maybe you don't see it well, so I'll make it a little bigger. Okay. So you can record the material, right? That's the traditional one. The teacher records the material. Difficult parts that need to sink in, but you can also record the homework task. I sometimes do that, actually, that I just record the homework. I don't put it on Google Classroom because it's easier. So I record myself, and it's an extra listening task, basically, that they need to understand what I'm saying. But they can also record themselves. They can present their own work, and I can ask, so this can go either way. I can pronounce difficult words for them, or I can ask them to pronounce difficult words for me. I can also ask them to record certain tasks for each other. And when you start involving them as well, then it starts to become even more interesting. They feel that they are part of the process too. It's not just the teacher sending them videos all the time. You might also want to create project lessons, and then first you need to analyze what they are interested in, but you can ask them to record something for the rest of the class, and then this is going to be the topic for the next week, for example. So you can make them involved too, but the most important thing is that you need to do it first, okay? Just like we do it in normal class, we demo it, and then we give the opportunity over to them. So before talk about continuity, I just wanted to recap very quickly that I showed you 3 things. For synchronous classes, I showed you this collaborative writing task that you can do with the help of Jamboard and Google Docs, or reverse and make it a dictogloss. For hybrid, you can do anything that's task-based, and then they can work together. Design a theme park, design this, design that, scavenger hunts, collect and collaborate on one platform, and then both groups can feel that they are part of the same process. And for flipped, the idea is that it's not just the teacher that can record, but the students as well, and you can make them, again, be part of the whole process. And the final thing that I really wanted to tell you as well is this one. How can you keep continuity? This, I wanted to include this question because it's very important in today's time, actually, that, and I know previous speakers talked about this as well, that we don't know what's going to happen. So one day we might be teaching face-to-face, and then boom, the next day it's hybrid, and then boom, it's online or back again to face-to-face. We never know. So what can we do to make our lives a little bit easier? We can think ahead. And it seems that basically online comes first, at least in my mind, that I plan with online lessons in mind. I set up a virtual learning environment like Google Classroom, for example, or whatever you're using in Brazil, for example. Edmodo is another one, and use it. Train learners to use online tools and use flipped teaching already in the face-to-face phase. So what you should be doing is try to think ahead and think with the online lessons in mind that might come at some point, because we never know. I remember, I forgot the presenter's name, but they said that London is now facing new lockdowns. Here in Europe, we are facing the 4th wave. We will never know what's going to come. So it's better to think ahead, set up the VLE, think about flipped videos, and think with an online lesson in mind. And then it's not going to hurt so much to actually go online. Okay? So this is what I wanted to tell you guys. If you have the link to this Menti, you might see at the very end that I've got my contact details there. I'm very, very happy to receive any messages and questions, comments. So feel free to contact me, and thank you very much. That's it from me.
Not yet, Joe. We still have some questions to go. Thank you very much for that talk. I'm a big Jamboard enthusiast. I love, love Jamboard. This semester, I created with my students in the hybrid scenario, because I was also concerned of what activity is going to work with both groups, right? And we did a battleship activity on Jamboard, and it was really, really interesting. So I did the background, the grid, and we were talking about simple past. So I put some pictures of actions that they learned in the past, and then I put names, and I put some, and then that's the part they couldn't move, and then I put 3 boats that they needed to position in the grid where they wanted, and then they had to ask questions. Did Joe go to the park? And then if there was a boat there, yes, she did, or if there wasn't, no, she didn't. So it was amazing, and they loved it. They couldn't stop playing. They said, we don't have time anymore. No, we want to finish. We want to see who's going to win. And they were really practicing the use of forming questions in the simple past. But you can adapt to whatever topic you're using. And
absolutely.
I love Jamboard because you can do whatever you want with it. Basically, whatever you want. I've been asking Google to put videos. That's the only thing I think it's missing on Jamboard. Is can we put videos, please, on Jamboard? But the rest we can do a lot. So we have a couple of questions for you, if that's okay.
Yeah.
So
sure.
Ana Rivera asks, how much time do you think is recommendable the students invest in an asynchronous assignment?
Yeah, that's a very good question. I'm actually writing something in connection with this right now because I tried a gamification system in my other course, and that's something a problem I had because I wasn't really sure. And I made the typical mistake that I thought that if a task is short, then it must take a short amount of time to do it, but it's not how it works. I would say it's hard to say, because first of all, we typically as teachers make the mistake that we think our subject is the only one. Well, it's not true. So we need to think about how many other subjects they have. I I would ask them to be honest. That's, I think, the safest bet, that I would have a conversation with them. Listen, guys, what do you think about 30 minutes worth of asynchronous assignments? Is that manageable? And if they say, we're really sorry, no, it's not manageable, I would ask them why, because maybe they just don't want homework. But maybe they are telling the truth and I'm overshooting the target, and maybe just 15 minutes should be fine. I'm more about like systematic homework than longer homework. So even if it's 10 minutes, but then do something for 10 minutes every day, especially if it's language.
It also depends on the age, right? Depends on
Oh,
the
yeah. Absolutely. Yeah.
So Kalini Ambrosio says, how to integrate the students that are in the classroom if I keep using the online tools?
Yeah, that's also a good one. I would stick to using the online tools for collecting ideas and doing the work. So, for example, if I ask them to write a letter in the class, that would be silent anyways most of the time. So I could still involve them. Everybody uses Google Docs, and then we could discuss in a live discussion, because the online ones are like listening to us. The face-to-face ones are listening to me, and the online ones on the wall. So I think it's totally manageable. I would say that it's easier if we think about it as an online lesson with some, like, I can see now boxes, like Rebecca, I can see your box, but in this hybrid setup, I would see maybe Isabella's face as a box, but you as a real person. I can still talk to both of you, but you're a real person while she's only a box.
Fantastic. Joe, thank you again for sharing
Thank
so
you.
much with us. So many really visual examples of activities we teachers can use. And before you go, since we're celebrating 20 years of Cambridge Day, what message would you leave for us teachers for smoother transitions in teaching scenarios in the future?
Wow. I would say it's like stay open-minded and stay motivated and never give up.
Fantastic. Thank you for your time. Thank you for sharing so much with us.
Thank you.
Have a great evening.
You too. Bye. Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye. Wow. So many ideas and insights today. And this is the end of day 2 of Cambridge Day 2021. Thank you for being with us. I hope you enjoyed it. And now certificates are available to download in the chat box, and will soon appear a QR code for you to be able to download your certificate. And I'll see you tomorrow. And don't forget to play the trivia quiz that's worth a laptop and a chance to spin the wheel, the spin to win. We'll see you tomorrow for much more. Until then.